Hello friends, welcome to Coding Garden. It's Friday stream, which means we're going to be working on Deno and Fresh and an app called Fresh Spots. So if this is your first time hearing of this is an app that will allow users to create and share lists of places to visit. And that's it. We have been working on this for a couple of months now. Essentially, roughly 12 different streams we've been working on the app. We've put a lot into it. And ultimately, Season 4, Episode 19. Ultimately, this app has been an exploration of the Deno ecosystem. So Deno is a runtime for JavaScript and TypeScript. It's essentially a replacement for Node. And it's been around for a few years, but not everything on NPM or not everything in the Node.js world right now works inside of Deno, so we've had to find community libraries to do the things that we need to do and such. And we're also using this framework called Fresh, which labels itself as the next-gen web framework. And what's cool about this, one of the cool things about it is there is no build step. So the code you write is the code that gets deployed, and anything that needs to happen happens at render time. In terms of like injecting Tailwind styles, that happens at render time, or compiling JSX or transpiling JSX, that happens at render time. And they also have this idea of islands, where you can essentially have little components that use JavaScript, everything else is server rendered. So that's what we've been working on. Today is a special day because, at least for the first hour or so, we're not going to write much code. We're going to take all of our to-dos in the code base as well. So if you look in the code, we have to-dos all over the place, everywhere. So I'm using this plugin called To-Do Tree, and this will show you everywhere you have a to-do comment in your code, and as you can see, there are a ton of them. There are to-do comments everywhere. So what I want to do today is I want to take all of these to-dos and put them onto a Kanban board. So if you're not familiar with a Kanban board, this is a way of managing a project. So it has the to-do column, the doing column, and the done column. I just realized I'll need to log in a second. But essentially, we're going to put all our to-dos in here, and then also we have to-dos that are not in the code base as to-dos. We essentially have features that we want to implement that we haven't gotten to yet. And up until this point, it's kind of just been, like, I've called it stream of consciousness development in a way. Like, I know there are certain features that I want to work on, so when I go live, we decide, all right, these are the things we're going to work on today, but there's no bigger picture as to what needs to be done and what needs to be worked on. And I thought about GitHub projects, but the thing is, GitHub projects works off of issues, and I don't want to create issues for all of this stuff. I want it to be on cards that we can then work. I know I could have used GitHub projects. I could have, but I don't want to create a bunch of issues. I guess the main reason I don't want to create a bunch of issues is because this is not necessarily a project that, at least right now, that I want a bunch of people contributing to. I am working on this on stream, so everything I do can be seen in all of the videos. So if you check out the YouTube playlist, literally every single bit of code we've written for this app has been live, and you can go back and watch whenever I did any of it. And so I want to keep that aspect, and I feel like if I created issues, then too many people would try to like solve those issues, which is not what I want. So that's why we're going to be using Trello. And yeah, so I missed some supports, I missed some messages. Let's say hello to everybody, and then we'll get into it. I'll also read all of your messages if I missed any. But thank you, Physique, for that 17-month resub. Shark Turnip with the 9 months. BJ Sebastian with the 9 months as well. Electrothermal with the 8 months. Thank you very much, Electrothermal. Refactorer with the 30 months. Is that real? That's a long time. I just want to see it in the chat. Where is it? Yeah, look at that. 30 whole months. Wow. Wow. And Sir Subeko, thank you for the 13 months. The Shibas with that gift, and Timon with the resub. Thank you very much. And the Shibas with, it was out of order. It showed me the other one first. That's fine. But thank you very much, the Shibas, for the gift, and Timon for the 18 months. Appreciate all the supports. Let me catch up on anything that I missed here. Did I create my own lo-fi? I haven't created... So I talked about creating my own, like, lo-fi YouTube thingy in the past, but I never did. And Vedith, thank you very much for the 6-month resub. So, I don't know, there are about half of people that voted to say that it would be really annoying if I streamed to 24/7 on my YouTube channel. I mean, it did seem like there would be some people that would tune in, but I don't know. I'm not trying to annoy people. I don't know. Ultimately, the whole point of doing the lo-fi station would be to, like, drive traffic to my YouTube channel. So I don't know. And what's up, Mike the Tree Climber? Welcome in. This is not a bike helmet. This is it's a beanie. I'm wearing a beanie. Yeah. Revenge on Deno. You mean Deno? Deno? Yeah, and I mean, that's the whole thing. So, I'll be honest. Like, today, I don't really feel like writing code. It's just not, I'm not motivated to write code today. So, at least we'll be a little bit productive in terms of creating the Trello board and getting everything organized and prioritized. And then maybe after that, we'll pick like 1 or 2 stories or 1 or 2 tickets to work on. Also, this will be, for anybody that is maybe learning to code or is curious how the real world works in terms of like what's it like to write code on a job. We're gonna start to make it closer to that, and that we'll have actual, basically like tickets that need to be worked on. You can call them user story. Some of them will be written in user story format, which is an agile thing. We can also talk about that. So later on, if you have questions about agile, we can talk about that. And then in general, the next time we work on this app, we'll be pulling from here, so it'll be a bit more like a simulation of the real world. I guess this is the real world. I don't know. Sisyphos, thank you very much for that Prime. Appreciate you. Is Deno better than Node? I mean, depends on your definition of better. I think Deno has some really cool features that that Node doesn't have, and it would be really cool if Node had those, or if just Deno became the default instead of Node. But we're kind of far off from that, because not everything in the Node.js world is fully supported in Deno yet. But there are some cool features that Deno has. Yeah, and we're working on this thing. It's funny how like even multiple people, you got here like literally 20 seconds after I talked about what I was building. So I'm not going to repeat myself, but you can check out the description and all of the links there. This is officially day number 13 and a half. We'll call it day 13. This is day 13 of working on this project. Yeah, so I have used GitHub projects, but it's based, like I mentioned earlier, it's based off of issues, and I don't want to have a bunch of issues on the repo. Yeah. If my to-do would automatically create cards in a Kanban, I've never thought about that, but honestly, we could do something like that. Like, tap into what to-do tree is doing to find all of these to-dos, and then automatically create tickets. That actually could be fun. That seems like a fun thing to code. The only issue is, like, I actually want to remove the to-dos from the code as I create the tickets. And also, some of these aren't really clear. Like, what? What does that mean? So I'll have to remind myself what some of these to-dos actually mean, and then we'll put some details in the stories and tickets. Yeah, that's the plan. What's up, crafty.gg? Welcome in. Yeah, I think technically you can have a private repo, but then nobody would be able to see it. I don't think you can mark individual issues as private. That actually would be cool. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I did do a music stream last night. I'll mention that. So I have a music project called Probably Happening. And we stream every Monday and Thursday. So we should be live again on Monday if you want to tune in. Yeah. Structuring everything makes it hard to write code. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the other reason I want to do this is because, like, for anyone that's been at least following me for the past few days that we've been working on this, I would say this is not a good... I'm not setting a good example because really we've been all over the place. Like we've been working on features and then there's a bunch of to-dos and we go down rabbit holes. And the reality is if I was doing this for a job and getting paid for it, I would be a lot more structured. I would be more calculated about what I work on and what order I work on it and stuff like that. So that's kind of why I want to shift more towards like project management, project based, to set somewhat of a good example for all the beginners out there. Do I feel burned out when your product isn't going as well as you want? And what do you do to fight that? Yeah, and I mean, I think that's kind of the situation we're in right now. Like, there are so many to-dos on this list that actually don't have anything to do with actual working features. So in the idea of the lean startup, I believe this is where MVP originated. The idea of minimum viable product, MVP. Let's see if they listed in here. Yeah, minimum viable product is the idea when you're building a product, and maybe like you're starting a company, or even if you already have a company and you're building a new product for that company, you should strive to release and to work on a minimum viable product. Meaning you're building the minimum possible thing that actually delivers business value to your users. And there are a lot of things. I mean, in a way, like when we talk about like stretch features and stuff, like stretch features are not a part of the minimum viable product. These are like nice to haves. These are, oh, it'd be really cool if we could do all of these things. MVP is, these are the minimum required features so that users will actually use my app and my app will actually be useful. So this is something we can strive for because, like, if you look at the to-dos, honestly, let's see what this to-do even is. Feature list and call to action. That's probably MVP because that's like landing page. What's this one? Better naming for DTO. Now, this is like a developer to-do, right? Like, as a developer, and if I'm talking about like code structure and clean code and code architecture, I want to have separate validators and separate objects for all of the different types of things that happen in terms of requests and responses. So DTO stands for data transfer object. And when you're building APIs, you typically will have a schema for, let's say, the how you describe the data when you're listing that data. And Dropmania, thank you very much for the 1 year resub. So you have a schema that describes when you're listing. You have a schema that describes when you're creating, a schema that describes when you're updating or patching. And each one of those is slightly different because if you take, for example, like a user, when you are creating a user, you are not sending the unique ID to the backend. You're potentially making a post request with like a username and an email. So the data transfer object would be described as an object that only has username and email. It does not have an ID. However, when you're listing all of the users do have IDs, so you would want a description of that user that also includes the ID. And maybe if you're storing passwords as well, on create, you would include the password, but on list, you wouldn't include the password. And then for an update, you would want a description of the object that potentially includes the password field, that kind of thing. Now, I would argue that this actually doesn't matter for MVP in terms of if you're thinking about features from a like a user perspective. Like, do users care how the code actually works? They don't. At the end of the day, as long as it works, it works. But this more so is like technical debt, because if I don't have these objects, then things start to get really weird, and I'm not using them in multiple places in my app. So, like, technically, if we want to prevent technical debt and we want to have good code structure, I should work on this. However, if we're talking about features, then I don't need to work on that. Also, this this says, so we have this big long file that basically allows us to connect to our database because we're using this library called Keysly, and we needed a specific database adapter to connect it to Postgres inside of Deno. And so Omar wrote this, and they sent me a gist. I was like, hey, you could do it this way. But this is a lot of code to be in my code base that I would prefer it if somebody else handled this code. So I would like to bring in a library that does this so I don't have all of this code myself. And again, this isn't MVP. This is just more technical debt. Like, I would much rather be using someone else, a library that somebody else has written and that's better supported than having a bunch of my own code to connect to the database like that. So there are various to-dos in here where a lot of them are not features. They're just technical debt. And they're just like, I would prefer if the code was structured in a certain way or if we did things a certain way. But at the end of the day, it's not actual features for the app. So that's the kind of thing that we're going to talk about. And we're going to like triage all of these to-dos and issues and stuff like that. What was I even talking about? The question was, what do I do to fight that? Work on something else? I mean, if you go back and watch like the first stream where we even like decided to work on this thing, I initially made the decision to use Fresh because like I was like, oh, that seems cool. It's a new thing and we can learn it. But because we're in an unfamiliar ecosystem and an ecosystem that isn't as mature as Node.js, things are trickier and it requires more work and more research versus if I were to just build this with like Vue, Express, and objection or connects or something like that. So, yeah. Who wrote this code? Yeah, so we wouldn't want to create Twitch clips. I think timestamps are probably the way to go because you can have a YouTube embed. And so this is completely unrelated, but if you're new here, hello, thanks for being here. I answer a lot of questions here on the Coding Garden. I created this website that helps me do that in real time. So if somebody can ask a question, and then this allows me to see the order that they were asked in, and then I can try and answer them. But what we've talked about is I've answered so many questions. Look, we're almost on question 3,000. I've answered so many questions on this stream. It would be really cool if there was a way for people to search for a question, see that I've answered it, and then actually watch the live stream clip where I answered that question. And we are really far away from that. But my thought was we wouldn't create Twitch clips. We would create timestamps. So you have a question, and then you match that to a stream URL, whether it's on the VOD channel or on my main channel. And then we could create an embed that just only allows you to see the start and end time of a given YouTube video. That's probably the way to do it. And eventually I want to have that. I want to have a huge database of me answering a bunch of questions. Eventually. Shotgun development? I guess you could call what we're doing that. Yeah, we're flying by the seat of our pants. We have no prioritization or anything. We just show up every Friday and decide what to work on. And we're going to try to be a little more structured going forward, is the plan anyways. Just exploring the new stack. Supposedly the video that will come after will be better. Oh, sure. Exactly. I mean, and that's another point. Like, if we're talking about content, like, I've spent all of this time learning Deno and Fresh and learning about the Deno ecosystem, so I could take all of this experience and boil it down to like a 1 or 2 hour YouTube video, where I'm not rambling and struggling, but I can show you what I learned essentially. So yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah. Stop pushing things to the to-do list. Yeah, and then that's the other thing is like, in the real world, if I was, again, I keep saying the real world, if this were a job and I were getting paid for it, I typically don't put to-dos directly in my code. It makes more sense to open up a ticket so that way it can be better tracked. So that's the other reason I want to remove all of these to-dos is it's just not nice to have these all over the code base. They should be in a place where other people can see them and you can also prioritize them and decide what's the most important one to work on, that kind of thing. Yeah. So ultimately I've been using Deno for 13 days, give or take. I mean, all of the streams have been over the past 2 to 3 months. And then a year ago or a little more than a year ago, when Deno 1.0 came out, we wrote a little bit of Deno as well. Yeah. Developer experience is better than bad code that would hurt delivering MVP. It's true, and like this is like the dilemma of technical debt, right? It's like you want to do it fast, and you don't want to have to worry about all of the architecture and doing it like the right way. But at the end of the day, if you don't do it the right way, then your users and your app will potentially suffer, because then later on it will be harder to add new features because you didn't take care of that stuff earlier on. So yeah. This plugin is called To Do Tree. And welcome in, the Close Hearse. Thanks for being here. Doesn't like my code. No, your code is fine, Oscar, and you know it. You know it. I mean, honestly, like, the other option was not that we that we install a separate library. We literally publish this to Deno land as the Keasley Postgres driver. But that way, this code isn't in my code base anymore. It's in a separate library, and we can manage the issues and features of that library separately. What's up, Akko? Welcome in. Welcome in. One of your biggest mistakes in the last 3 months was choosing Deno. Is that what you're saying? I was a little bit off. That's from 4 minutes ago. But if this wasn't a series, but just to explore Deno for yourself, would you have stopped the project by now? It's hard to say. So I think the issue is when I am streaming, my attention is pulled in a lot of different directions, right? I'm trying to read chat. I'm also trying to talk about the code that I write. I'm making decisions, like architecture decisions and stuff as we go. And a lot of that is, it just takes more time when I'm doing it live in front of an audience. If I were just sitting at home, not describing every little thing that I did, and also justifying everything that I do, because, I mean, and not that that's a bad thing, but there will be people that come in that have opinions, and that's great. I think that's another aspect of doing this live in front of people, is that you can hear a lot of opinions on why the thing that I just did was a good thing, or why there's a better way to do it, that kind of thing. However, if it's just me sitting at my computer, I just do the thing. I don't have to worry about arguing about it. I get it done, and then now we have a somewhat finished product. Then I can take a step back and be like, oh yeah, I'll tweak how I did that. But I think if I was exploring Deno for myself and building this app in that way, first of all, I really feel like I would be done by now. I feel like I'd have made a lot more progress. But that's mainly because I wouldn't have to explain every little thing that I do. So it's interesting to think about, because this is just a different way of approaching it, because I'm doing it in public, right? Everyone's watching me make decisions in real time. I think this series has been a lot more engaging, because I feel like I get to help think through some of these growing pains while also learning a new ecosystem. It's true, and I think that's the draw for anyone to even tune in every Friday, is like, yeah, you get to help make decisions and you get to help drive the product. I do think if we had a project board, it would be easier to do that as well, though, because once we have everything written out here, we can actually prioritize it. So we put it in priority order, and that allows us to know what we should be working on next, and we can also have the decision about, well, this is more important than that kind of thing. But yeah. The real world. Yeah, I keep saying the real world. All I mean is, like, if this were a job, if I was getting paid to do this, I mean, I'm kind of getting paid to do this. Thank you, everyone, for all the supports. Thank you to Drop Mania with a year, and Alka with the 30 months. I guess 30 months is the maximum. Refactor came in here with the 30 months as well. That's crazy. Crazy. And thank you, Monkey 2. Quick plug. You can own this t-shirt if you go to my merch site. It's on there. This one. And also, if anyone's watching and an ad pops up, let me know. And I will stop saying important things, and I'll just do an advertisement of my own. So, if an ad pops up, do !ad, and I'll try to stop saying important things. I know Deno is right, but still have to correct myself when I say Deno. Yeah, when we first started working on this project, I was saying Deno. And then now I'm finally saying Deno. But what reminds me is I think of the Deno logo, and then I think of Deno the dinosaur from the Flintstones. And that was the inspiration for, you see the face of Deno looks like the Deno logo. This. See? It's Deno the dinosaur, sort of. But that's how I remember to say it. Yeah. And welcome in Zuri from Sweden. Very cool. Yeah. I mean, sometimes I go ham. Sometimes I struggle. Somebody, I think it was Stotney that clipped it. I actually want to show it. I'll just give me a second. I'll show you this clip that they made because I too, as a pro in quotes, I too struggle. I struggle with a lot of things, and I forget a lot of things too. This will have a font. How do I make something bold? It's been so long since I made something bold. Font. Wait, there. I literally forgot how to make text bold in CSS, and I have over 10 years of experience. So that's a thing. I thought it was pretty hilarious. That's literally me. No, it's so funny because there will be a lot of people that will tell you that, like, I've been doing this for so long, I remember everything. I have a hard time believing that because I mean the English way to say this, it's called a brain fart. Brain fart? I don't know if there's like another term for it. But you just literally forget something so basic. A lapse in concentration, as when one loses one's train of thought. No, not that. A lapse in thought process. Something ill-considered, or maybe not. I always thought of it as a brain fart, where it's like a mental blockage. I literally forget how to do the thing that I've been doing for so long. I don't know. I do believe the dropped frames was the fact that the Ethernet cable running from my streaming computer to my router was crimped. I had used a clamp to like push the wires up in my ceiling, and I think I crimped it. So, yeah. Well, and that's the other issue, right? Like, if you know the history of Coding Garden, there are other apps that we started on that we just never finished. For various reasons. And I definitely don't want this to turn into that. That's why, like, I want a minimum viable product. Like, I want a finished thing that will at least be a good example of one way to write a Deno and Fresh app that other people can use as an example and as a way to learn about Deno and Fresh. And I mean, technically right now, you can learn some stuff by perusing our code here. But I do want it to be as clean as possible with a minimal amount of technical debt. Yeah, and I guess that's the thing, and why I think this will be a fun episode as well, just to talk about project management in general and like what does it mean to prioritize something, because typically when you're working at a company, there are competing priorities, right? You have the client or the business that wants new features, and that's one priority. You have like the project manager, the team that thinks more about like the long-term vision of the product, and they have their priorities. And then you have the developers, and they care about technical debt and doing things right, and they have their priorities as well. So all of that has to come into play when you're deciding like what should the dev team work on next. So yeah, that's a thing. When I think about standardizing lint or prettier on a project, in my university project, I'm using an open source software as a starting point, and the first thing was repairing and lint and prettier. No, I completely agree. Now, I've struggled with this because it's like, all right, am I just being too obsessive about like misplaced tabs and spaces and about like missing semicolons and stuff like that? But I don't think so. Like, I would argue that if you want to call yourself a senior developer, or it doesn't have to be senior developer, like if you want to call yourself a developer that cares about the craft of coding, I think you should care about having well-indented code, well-formatted code, and really just consistently indented and consistently formatted. Because I don't care what you choose. I don't care if you use semicolons or not, or if you prefer tabs over spaces. When I go into your code base, I just want to know what the rules are, and I want to know, and I want to. I would prefer that everyone on the team adheres to those rules, and so that way we're not fighting about that, or someone doesn't submit a PR that like changes 30 files and it's only changing indentation, and then it gets hard to follow. So I would argue that yes, if you care about linting and formatting, that's just it's called working clean is one way to talk about it. If you try to extrapolate to like other professions, even if you think about like physical engineering or physical like carpentry and making, they always talk about like leaving a space cleaner than you found it. So yes, I would agree. I would argue that it matters and that you should care about it. And when I was hiring people, that was actually a red flag for me if they submitted a code challenge that was inconsistent. Now, I don't care if they actually set up a linter or a formatter, but if they were inconsistent with their semicolon usage, inconsistent with their tabs and spaces, it was already like a red flag of if I see anything else wrong with the code, I'm going to deny this this code challenge. So that's a thing. Oh, you did get an ad? All right, well, let me know if you get another ad. Yeah. Dino, I guess that's another way. There's Deno, and then Dino. But I do believe it's Dino because it's like Dino the dinosaur. Yeah. Rewrite the app from scratch in Bun. The ideally, Bun would just support what we've already written, because I believe Bun is trying to achieve like full Node.js support as well. I don't know. Wait, why did you use a die emote? What are you talking about? Yeah. Maybe the real Dino is the friends we made along the way. Yeah. Oh, I get it. Dino. I get it. I always believe the human brain has a RAM limit. Yeah. When I'm in an editor that doesn't have edit, I type. It's true. I guess that's the other thing is like once you get used to certain tools, if you don't have that tool, then you forget how to do it without that tool. Yeah. And I use DuckDuckGo because they support, or they respect my privacy. They don't track you, and they have a nice dark theme by default. I guess if they detect your theme. And they have bang commands. So if I want to search Wikipedia, I can do !W, and then DuckDuckGo takes me directly to Wikipedia. I could also search YouTube, and DuckDuckGo will take me directly to YouTube. I could also just jump out and search Google, and that works too. So I like the bang features of it, and the fact that they respect my privacy, and it's a competitor to Google. I very much believe we should support products that are competing with the things that Google does, because they are very much a monopoly right now. In the universe that we live in, Google is everywhere. And you can read more about why I like DuckDuckGo here as well. They do track you, LOL. I mean, less than Google. Even if they track me a little bit, it's less than Google, LOL. So, how to remove the spacing between table cells? Yeah, I don't know how to do that. I would try to figure out. I would Google it. Also, yeah, they released that product, which basically prevents email tracking. You can generate email addresses or have like an email address that you sign up with, and then they will prevent spam and like remove tracking from it as well. So yeah. It will be interesting to hear my perspective from the developer side. I'm on the project management side. Yeah. And the thing is, like, the longer I've been a developer, the more I somewhat assume almost like a project management role. Like, even if I'm not on the project management team, like, I have to advocate for the developers, for the development team, to the project management team, and then also because I worked at a smaller company, some of the projects I was on didn't have like a dedicated project manager, so I kind of had to do a little bit of that myself. So that's a thing. Yeah. Yeah, it's true, and I think like there are certain things that it's good to like. I think it's fine to remember how to set font bold in CSS, but there are certain things that maybe you don't want to commit to memory and you want to Google more often. But so there's a lot of things I want to do. I think also my channel and my brand is I lack marketing skills, and I also lack a clear vision of what even is Coding Garden, right? Is it for beginners? Is it not for beginners? How do I get started? I want people have these questions all the time, and I don't have good answers. I really don't, and I eventually want to. And I think there's also like competing priorities there, because I like creating beginner content, and a lot of the stuff that you see on my channel like mainly is somewhat beginner content. But like the stuff that we've been working on with Deno and Fresh, that's not beginner content. I would say it's more intermediate, because it's kind of showing you how a more experienced developer approaches new technology, and like how a more experienced developer might use what they know in an unfamiliar environment. So that's a thing. I will say, if you are newer to programming and coding, you can check out that playlist. It has a bunch of more beginner-friendly stuff. But yeah, you make a good point, Rinzu. I should probably just have one stream a week that's dedicated to more beginner stuff. I do like Q&A sessions every now and then, and you're more than welcome to ask beginner questions there, but the questions there vary as well. So, yeah. Bad code looks like bad code because it does not look good in the first place. Sure. I'm not saying you're bad if you write messy code. I'm saying that it's something that I think you should care about. So, care about it. Why did I use bun? Why would you? Why would you use bun for anything at this point? I don't know. We're not trying to get into any flame wars or anything like that. Yeah. Well, so I'm gonna go ahead and like advocate for DuckDuckGo really quick. Okay, read the posts. Find all of those Reddit posts. See when they were posted, because a lot of those Reddit posts about how DuckDuckGo is tracking you have been debunked. And then the other aspect is people are like, oh, well, DuckDuckGo is just using Bing search results. They're not. They're using some Bing results in the results, but the results that you see on DuckDuckGo are not one-to-one with Bing. It's not just a Bing wrapper. They use it as a source. Yeah. And so, yeah, I think that probably came from Brave. I don't know. Do your own research. See that most of that stuff has been debunked. I did my own research. It's been debunked. I don't need to show you, but go look it up. And I disagree. Like, gradually, DuckDuckGo results have been getting better than Google, because Google search results have gotten really bad in that they're prioritizing like top 10 lists, and they're almost like prioritizing things that I guess this is the other thing. Like, as a more technical person that really learned how to use Google to search for and find exactly what I needed, Google is no longer catering to me. They're more so catering to less technical people and people that type in full questions into Google. I never in my life have I typed in a full question into Google. And the way that I search Google, or used to, because I use DuckDuckGo now, we're gonna stop talking about this because it's unrelated. Yeah. Would I try JetBrains Fleet? Honestly, everything I've heard about it hasn't been good. So maybe I'll wait until they're out of beta or release candidate or whatever they are. So that way I can give it a fighting chance, because I know right now that people are having issues with it. Yeah. You have two monitors for a reason. One for work and one for Google. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, essentially, all of that to say, Coding Garden is going through an existential crisis right now. True. I did not see that, but that's kind of amazing. So Alka is saying Node 18 added a watch flag. Now it's basically NodeMon built into Node. That's actually pretty awesome. Help me find the predecessor of React called Hue. I've never heard of that. Never heard. They track you absolutely. How else would they verify their systems are working? They're just not associating all your data to a Yeah. And so then we can get into the semantics of it, but Google literally has a profile on you and also like an ad profile on you. DuckDuckGo does not. Obviously, they need to track what things are happening to make sure that their systems are working, but it's all anonymized. So that's a thing. Yeah, and that's pretty much how I use DuckDuckGo as well, distance synths. I use it when I can. I've never used the Brave browser, and I've never used Brave search, and I don't ever plan on using it. All right. Here we go. Let's log into Trello. Give me a moment, and we're going to start. Actually, I will say hello to everyone as well. I typically do that, so give me a second. Trello time. Hey, CFM, welcome in. Cool. And also, there are just certain things that I have to be straightforward about, like the search engine I use and the web browser I use, because there's way too many times that people come into the chat that have never been here before and like try to start an argument about something that I already have a very solidified opinion on, or I've already talked about to in depth in the past. So that's why I'm being a bit short with certain people. There's a blue glow around me. Well, I am using a blue screen, so I could believe it. Is it like worse than usual? All right, we're logged into Trello. What else did I want to do? I want to say hi to everybody. Thanks for being here. There's quite a few people, and I appreciate you. CJ is cooler than all the other coding live streamers. Let's fight about it. Yeah. Oh, the blue is more obvious because of the red shirt. I could believe it, because I do typically wear darker shirts. Yeah. I could believe it. Yeah. And for those of you that are new here, let's talk about my blue screen, because that's a thing. This. So I am literally standing in front of a big blue sheet. This. And then I use software to remove it. I mean, technically it's like that. Like right now, I literally have a blue image to show that it's actually replacing the blue. And then this is a wider view of the studio. I've got my keyboards, my beans. You can see the blue the blue screen behind me. There's no difference between green and blue other than the literal color. But both of them are commonly used for chroma keying in movies and in streaming and stuff like that. Typically because like the color green doesn't show up in a lot of other colors. I mean, you obviously can't wear green if you're in front of a green screen. Same thing as you can't wear blue if you're in front of a blue screen. I chose a blue screen because this is the Coding Garden, and I have a green chair. My chair is green, and I used to have like a plant sitting in front of the camera. So yeah, I have so many keyboards because like I like to have a lot of different workspaces around my house. I have this area, I have my desk over there, I have my music studio. Sometimes I work on the couch, and I like to be able to bring a keyboard with me and forget it, so that if I'm go somewhere else in my house, there's already a keyboard waiting for me there. That's why I have so many keyboards. And the real Pygon, thank you very much for the 30 months. Appreciate you. Ad. Okay, everyone's getting an ad right now, so let's talk about all the ways that you can support me. First of all, if you want to give me money straight up, you can donate over on Streamlabs Tips. I also have a merch site, so you can get a shirt, this shirt, and many others. Personally, I like the code shirt, and then I also like this dark JS shirt, which is pretty slick. This one. So if you want to buy a shirt, check that out. Also, yeah, if you sign up for Privacy, which is an app that lets you generate credit cards or debit cards, you can use this link and you'll get $5. But the app is really cool because if you ever like sign up for a free trial or something like that, and you need a credit card to sign up, you can generate a unique credit card specifically for that merchant. You can also set how much they can spend per month, and Privacy will block them if they try to charge more. So check that out. And then lastly, join my mailing list. Is that it? No, this. I send out an email every time I go live, and I I also send out one weekly message. And eventually, when I launch courses and stuff like that, the mailing list, you'll be one of the first to know. Yeah, and just a caveat: if you sign up for Privacy, don't sign up for it because you're a criminal and you want to do bad things. It's very likely that the U.S. government owns the company and specifically do it to track criminals. So use it for free trials. Don't use it for buying weird things on the internet. And Stony Eagle, thank you very much for the 14 months. All right, I guess, did I talk about all the things? Like, basically, whenever ads show up, I just want to be an advertisement for myself, because I never do that. I guess I kind of have lately been doing that. Check out my YouTube, follow on Twitter. Let's say hi to everybody. We've only been live for an hour. It's fine. Everything's fine. If you want to say hi to me, you can say hi, hello, hey, yo, cheers, greetings, highest up, what's up, morning, afternoon, evening, howdy, good day, coding hi-yo, vohayo, or boga hey. Say any one of these things. I will acknowledge you. And I'm going to set a 1.5-minute timer so that I don't say hello for too long. But here we go. We're going back in time to an hour ago where Macaroni Pizza Pie was the first person to say hello. What's up, Macaroni Pizza Pie? And hello, MD Subuntu. And what's up, Oscar, and Imposter Engineer, and Ryan, and Shark Turn Up, and Pop Blip, and Cubism, and Chai Tea Coder. What's up, Stotney, and Silver Designs, and Mark, and Hurt You Dev, and Drills, and Timon, and Art Pajan, and Pablo, and Amit, and Ward, and The Rugged Bear, and Crafty.gg, and Tank Shakur, and what's up, Vedith, and Crom, and American 2050, and The Omni King, and Fob, and Zuri. What's up, Ryan, and NOG Codex, and CFM, and Data, and Scuba Steve, and I Am Xavier, and Calvera, Calvaria, and Stony Eagle. Hello, Cute Pony, Boga Hey, Electrothermal. What's up, Alka, and Distant Sense, and Alternate Mango, and Suffler, and I Rossum, and hello, Age Monkey, and Styly, and Venipos, and Johnny, and Pizza, and Bajosi, and Tanner, and Vim, and Ice Drew. It's Boga Hey. What's up, Pinchy, and Zaj, and Karnax, and Local Host. Welcome in, everyone. Glad to have you. What's up, so much Clark? Welcome in. Okay. Is buying pizza with pineapple via privacy.com illegal? No, you can do that all day long. And that's actually one way to protect your purchases so that your loved ones don't know that you did buy a pizza with pineapple on it. If you use privacy, it is keeps things private. Okay. Servus, is that how you say what language is that? Is that how you say hello in some other language? All right, let's start moving things over to the Trello board. Now, I created some labels. The The German form of hello? I thought it was hallo. Hallo. Oh, it's Bavarian. Apparently, service in German is goodbye. But, huh. Juice. Juice. Oh well. let's stop getting distracted. So I have these labels. So we can label things as features, label things as bugs, technical debt, or label things as a chore. I think chores are like dev tasks. I mean, we could probably label things as both chores and technical debt, depending on what they are. Guten Tag. Yeah. It's it's fine. I think the only language we have in here that isn't English, is Elo. Is that even? I mean, it's not Australian, but it's like that's what they say in Australia, right? Hello. So mainly because we want to keep the chat in English, so, or no, I guess Elo is more like British, hello, but really it's just like a silent H. I swear, let's do this. So, we are going to just start at the top of all of the to-dos. It's gonna be a pain. I'm gonna gradually move all of these things over. I'm gonna create cards for them, and then we'll go from there. So this is a feature, this right here. Feature list and call to action. This is a feature for the home page. So I am going to rename from ideas to backlog. So in the world of Agile, and thank you for these focus modes, we're just gonna start working, and also we're gonna talk about Agile now. So feel free to chime in if you have other experience or you want to talk about that kind of stuff. So, in the world of Agile, and I think backlog maybe comes from Scrum. Here's the thing: Agile has been implemented in a lot of different ways, and also potentially gets a bad rap because people did it the wrong way or didn't really adhere to the core tenets of like Agile and the Agile Manifesto. I'm not worried about any of that right now. I know that the backlog is useful because the backlog is essentially every possible feature we will ever implement, every possible chore that would ever need to be done. The backlog is everything. And then to do, you could, like if you're doing this in the style of Scrum, then to do is almost like your sprint backlog. So every time we decide to work, any of the stories, well, let's say we'll commit to like 3 or 4 stories, we'll move those into the sprint backlog, and that way we know those are the things that we're going to be working on for this specific sprint. Now, obviously, because we only work on this on Friday, our sprints are basically like 1 day long. So I'm actually going to keep this as to do, and whenever we work on the project, anything that we're going to be doing today, we move into here. And then as we're working on it, we move it into doing, and then when we're done, we move it into done. So this is known as a Kanban board. I guess the fact that I have a backlog it means that might be a Scrum board. And Blue Web, thank you very much for that raid. Have you ever heard of a 1-day sprint? That's awesome. What were you working on? I don't know if I'm following you. I don't know who you are. You're working on React and Tailwind. Oh, you know what? I might have clicked on your stream earlier today. Do you stream in Spanish? Thank you. Thank you very much for the raid. I'll drop a follow. Everyone, click this. Drop a follow right now. I've actually been tuning into a few different Spanish streams because I'm trying to I want to learn Spanish. I need to commit and like actually do like weekly lessons and stuff, but. Welcome in. Thank you. Welcome in, Raiders. You've arrived at the Coding Garden. And what we're doing today is we're taking an existing project that has a whole bunch of to-dos. I did not say I don't like Spanish. I did not say that. Stop it. We have a bunch of to-dos in our code, and we're pulling these out into a board, a project board, so that it's going to be easier to manage the project. That's the plan here. And ultimately, this project is an app that lets users share lists of places to visit. That's the info on on the app, like the repo, the episodes, and then a link to this board if you want to check it out. Where we just were is we were going to add a card to the backlog about adding a feature list and call to action to the main page. So the other thing is we could structure these as user stories. So user stories are specific to, they come from the Agile world. And they are written in a specific way. If we look at some examples of user stories, so as a role or user type, I can do something so that. So typically when we're creating user stories, we follow this this template. Now, you don't have to adhere to it completely, and you don't always need a so that. But the idea is if you structure your user story in this way, you are writing from the perspective of the users of your app. Like, and if we're talking about MVP or minimum viable product, then you care about what your users want. And so writing your stories this way kind of forces you to think about your product from a user perspective. So as a potential user, I want to see a feature list and call to action on the home page. So we basically took that to do and we structured it in the user story style. But it's funny that So Much Clark says, this is too much like work right now. Yeah, and that's kind of the point. Like, I basically wanted to take what we were doing, which was completely unstructured, and make it a bit more like what happens in the real world. But yeah. Yeah, so the extension I'm using is called To-Do Tree. It's this thing. If you search VS Code for To-Do Tree, you'll find it. But basically, it automatically finds all these / to-dos in your code and then shows them all in one spot, which is pretty nice. Yeah. And cheers, Penreal from Chile. That's awesome. Yeah. So, are you saying you don't speak Spanish either, Codex? Because I don't speak Spanish. My mom is fluent in Spanish, but she never taught me Spanish. So, yeah. Yeah. I remember these. They're weird. Yeah, user stories, they take some getting used to. And I think in general, like, it's one thing to follow the format, but it's another thing to follow the format because it's useful to think about these things from a user perspective, right? That also helps you prioritize them. Like this probably should be our top priority, especially if I'm launching this as a product. Like, a call to action and feature list needs to be one of the first things that the user sees. So, like, because we've written this from the user perspective, it helps us prioritize, I think. I don't know. Yeah, and like I mentioned, yeah, all of these things like Agile, backlog, user stories, they all come from, they're like under the Agile umbrella. I talk about it hand wavy because, like, even I don't adhere to a specific thing. Like, the stuff I was doing at my last job was like mostly Scrum with a little bit of some other stuff. I don't know. Yeah. MVP, most valuable programmer. Yeah. It's true, Codex. We at my last job, we used Jira. Jira actually acquired Trello. I just like how easy it is to just put cards into... How easy it is to create cards. Like, Jira, there's a lot of process around the cards to make sure that they're tagged in the right way and they're the right thing. And it also has built-in ways of, like, adding estimates and stuff like that. Yeah. I agree Trello isn't the best for this, but it's good enough, I think. Yeah, it's also to describe the overall outcome without technical language. Yeah, and so because it's from the user perspective, it's easier to think about it from a minimum viable product perspective versus, as a developer, I want the database queries to be fast. Like, you can have a user story like that, but I try to, like, if that's a thing that you want, it's not a user story. I would create it as a chore or a dev task, and unless your users are complaining about the speed of your app, then it's not actually something that you should prioritize or focus any attention to, at least for now. Yeah. How to suck the fun out of your side project. Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that it just makes it easier to manage all of this stuff. Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's the other reason I want to do this, Ryan. It's just like, I do want to set a good example, because so far, basically every time I work on this app, I create a couple of to-dos, and then we just work on them. But it would have been a bit more structured if we first set out and wrote all of these and then gradually, like, worked on them. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, glad to hear it, Ampace. Glad to hear it. I only speak a little bit of Spanish. Yeah, hablo poco español, pero es muy malo. Same. Muy, me también. Yeah. I'm unemployed out of a boot camp, so any methodologies I can learn is fire. Yeah, and I think, so I used to teach at a coding boot camp, and we did try to teach Agile, but I actually know of other coding boot camps that don't really cover any sort of project management or anything like that. Yeah, Atlassian owns Jira, and they own Trello now. So, yeah. Just spent the last 2 days in program increment planning. Yeah, I think that's the other thing about, like, user stories and planning is it takes a lot of upfront time. Like, I guess I would argue that if we had set out to do this from the beginning, it would have been longer before we actually wrote any code, which, I mean, has its pluses and minuses, right? Like, if we really wanted this to be somewhat structured and planned out, then yeah, we're gonna do a lot more planning than building, initially at least. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, estimation is a whole other issue. And so, like, in the Agile world, there's this idea of story points, or like T-shirt sizes. You might have heard of, like, planning poker. The idea there is you estimate everything relative to everything else. So you don't estimate in terms of hours. Like, 3 story points is not equivalent to 3 hours. 3 story points is equivalent to 3 1-point stories. At least if you're doing it the true like story point estimation way, that's how you should be doing it. I also realize I actually should be in focus mode, and right now I'm just reading chat, but I don't know. These are good questions. But yeah, so you can, if a team is using story points, the issue with story points and the issue with estimations in general are that estimations are specific to the people doing the estimate. So if you have like one like seasoned dev, one like really senior dev that's been doing it for a long time, their estimates are going to be potentially a lot lower than a more junior dev or someone who is less familiar with the problem domain. Which is why, like, you can't really take estimates that one team did and then apply them to a new team that starts working on a project, which I've had issue with in some of the professional work that I've done. Basically, and it's cumbersome because every time you introduce anyone new to the project or it's a new team, you kind of need to redo the estimates based on like the skill level and familiarity of everyone involved. So that's tricky. At my last job, on most of the projects towards the end, they ended up having me estimate things in terms of hours, and I hated it. I mean, they would always like double my estimate anyways, because like we can never estimate, like we're always off from our estimates anyways. So they would double my estimates, which was fine, but still, I don't know. I don't know. Nobody has told me that, Dreadlord. Who do I look like? Let's go say hey to them. Yeah, I'm trying. I really do want to learn Spanish. Yeah. That's good to know, Ryan. Yeah. At my last job, we were using Agile. In reality, I never did a meeting with my Scrum Master, never did sprint planning. The clients were directly speaking with me. The project was, in the beginning was the culprit. Yeah. There's a 90-second cooldown on the drop game. The amount of overhead doesn't seem to make it worth its while. Yeah, I think in most, like, that's why it's so hard to get it right, because I do think there needs to be some stuff done ahead of time. But if you do too much, then you're essentially just doing like planning up front, which is like what we don't, or like planning everything up front, which you don't necessarily want with Agile. You want to move fast. You want to do things for the user. I don't know. Yeah. Exactly. I'm in focus mode and I'm reading the chat right now. Yeah. Where deadlines are made up and the sprints don't matter. It's comical, but it's also, it's so real. It's so real. Problem domain just means the specific area that you're working in, right? So, like, if you're a software developer for an oil company, knowing about drilling and oil and like upstream versus downstream, like that's the problem domain. Or like if you're a software developer that works for a bank, knowing about transactions and bank debits and transfers and all of those things, that's the problem domain of banking. So as a software developer, depending on the kind of software that you write, you have to learn about that given problem domain. You have to learn not only do you have to learn the code, you have to learn like what are the actual real world problems that we're solving in the apps that we're building. I guess. Did that make sense? Is the chat overlay something I can contribute to? You can, but I don't think we ever thought about making it so that I could make the things readable. Honestly, I should just get out of focus mode. But if you want to contribute, you can click on that. You swear you've heard me say that before? I probably have. I probably I probably talked about problem domain before. Focus end. There we go. Yeah. Okay, let me catch up, and then we'll keep writing stories. Yeah. Castro. He's a FIFA streamer. You'll have to give me their Twitch name so I can look them up. I've actually used this for estimations. It's funny. That should be super simple. 2 weeks later. That's funny. What about complexity based on level of support required to solve? Yeah, I mean, that's typically what goes into the estimation number, is like, how hard is this to do? How much effort is it going to take? And I think that's the other issue with estimation, because some things have unknown unknowns. Like, there are things you don't know that you don't know that you don't know. Like, and typically that has to do with, like, if you're working with a new technology or you're in a problem domain that you don't understand yet, your estimate might be larger just because there are things you have to figure out first before you can actually do the work. So that's a thing as well. Is it common to go with MVPs only on a combo board if it's meant to be fast? So yeah, that's one thing I didn't talk about. Typically, Kanban is all about work in progress and managing work in progress. So you know what needs to be done, you know what you're working on right now, and then you have what is done. But typically with a Kanban board, you limit the work in progress, meaning as a team you decide that, okay, we'll never have more than 3 things in the doing column. And what that means is if something has been in the doing column for days, as a team, we all know, hey, somebody's blocked, or we need to get together and figure that thing out because it's just been sitting there for so long. Let's get together and figure it out. So the idea of Kanban is managing work in progress and allowing you to be able to see what is actually getting caught up in that progress. I believe I don't know if Kanban is actually mixed with Scrum. And I think in Scrum, we just call this a Scrum board. We don't call it a Kanban board. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but like, what do we even call this in Scrum? Like, is it a Kanban board? But the thing about Scrum is basically your board is brand new every sprint. So you would commit to say, all right, we're going to work on these 5 stories for this one sprint. And a sprint lasts 1 week or 2 weeks. And so at the end of 2 weeks, you would hope that those 5 things you decided you were going to work on are actually done. And then for the next sprint, you have a brand new board with the things you're going to commit to for that sprint. Scrum board, Kanban. These made up words make me crazy. Well, they all come from a place. So like a scrum is a soccer thing, right? Or a rugby thing. It's a rugby thing. A method of restarting play in rugby union and rugby league. So they borrowed that term for like agile scrum. Scrum is businessifying a Kanban board. Sure. If it's sprints, it's a sprint board or a scrum board. Yeah, and then Kanban is when there aren't sprints. Yeah, so and that's how I know it as well. So typically with a Kanban board, everything possible is like in the to-do column, and then you just move one thing at a time into doing. The fact that I created a backlog makes this closer to Scrum because it's like, all right, this is our backlog, and then on this specific day, these are the things that we're going to try to get done, or that we're going to commit to getting done. Yeah, so that's a thing. Is it common to go with MVPs only on a Kanban board if it's meant to be fast? Is that the question I was just answering? But no, I mean, like, typically the backlog has everything, even the unimportant things, and then you choose what you're going to be working on for any given sprint. And I guess if this were just a Kanban board, you would prioritize those things higher in the list. Yeah, I agree with that for estimation, but I mean, a lot of tools don't allow for like 3 estimates, like best case, worst case. You typically just have to go with like worst case estimate. Yeah. It's true. I want to see how much I look like this person. Oh, they're live right now. I don't look like them. I think we both have facial hair. That's about as close as it gets. There are things that you don't know that you don't know that you don't know. Yeah, and then that's the other thing, like that ideally Scrum should prevent against, which is scope creep. Because the idea with Scrum is that at the beginning of the sprint, you commit to a set of stories and you say, this is what we're going to work on in this sprint. And what that means is nothing else can be added to the list of to-dos. Like you do what you commit to, which means if the client does want to introduce some kind of scope creep, you just put it in the backlog, and then the next sprint, you'll maybe work on one of those things. But ideally with Scrum, there is no way to change what the team committed to doing for a given sprint, which is like one of the aspects of like why I think it's useful, because it allows you to reassess what your priorities are every week or every 2 weeks. Like ideally, like the shorter the better, but let's say every 2 weeks you get to say, all right, our priorities have shifted and now we want to work on this instead. But I don't know. Yeah, and like that's the other issue. So like if you're a team that makes sure everything is tested, your estimations need to include that as well. And Benji, thank you very much for that 6-month resub. So like you have to think about, all right, how long as a dev, do I think it's going to take to implement the feature? If we're writing tests, I need to pad that estimate a little bit because the amount of time that takes to test. All right, now we're also going to have a manual QA person test that story. How long are they going to take? Oh yeah, my story also involves back-end and front-end work, so that needs to be included in the estimate, or we need to have 2 separate tickets. But then if we have 2 separate tickets, QA needs to decide how long they're going to take to test the front-end ticket versus testing the back-end ticket. And if we do it that way, does our QA team know how to do API testing and back-end testing? But yes, all of that, all of that is a thing. Cool. All of this stuff is fun to talk about, though. I like as much as we can get into the weeds. This is what it's like in the real world. Yeah. We call our feature board our Kanban, but our Scrum team boards have funky arbitrary names. Cool. Long-term goals that you have on your roadmap, do you add them to the backlog or have another board for them? In my experience, they're just in the backlog. Because in my experience, the stuff I was doing was closer to Scrum. And the idea of the backlog is it's literally anything and everything that will ever possibly be implemented in the app. And then for any given sprint, you choose specific things that you're going to be working on. And Pinchy, thank you very much for that Prime sub. All words are made up. It's true. A Ouija board? What advice would I give to a day one dev when working in a system like this? Take it one step at a time. I think the other aspect of I think this actually is better for newer developers because they know exactly what they need to be working on. Like ideally, it's your first day on the job. Your team lead could literally say, all right, this ticket is yours. So like grab that ticket, put your name on it, and now that's the thing that you're working on. And you can focus on that. So like there's so much other stuff going on. There's so much else in the to-do. There's other members of your team working on stuff. But as a new dev, you have this one little ticket. That's where all of your attention is focused. And you figure out everything you need to know to work on that one specific ticket. So my advice is focus on the thing that you need to be... Like, don't worry about everything else. Do the thing. Do the thing. Story points based on the number of minutes it takes to explain the problem. I can get down with that. How often do sprints happen? Ideally, sprints are no longer than 2 weeks. And at the end of every sprint, you have a, what's it called? A sprint retrospective. So you talk about what went well in the sprint, what didn't go well, and then you plan the next sprint. You're like, all right, we worked on all of this. Now we need to do this next thing. And then you kick it off and you have another 2-week sprint. So, yeah. Most people want the velocity of Scrum, but the strictness of a traditional methodology. Yeah, it's tricky to talk about as well because, like, and I've talked about this in the past. Like, typically, people compare Agile with Waterfall. But it's actually, if you look at how like even the term waterfall was coined, like the term waterfall is like almost, I think it was almost like a negative term. And even in the original description of like waterfall development, they mention that there should be short iterations and you should reassess what you've done so far. Yeah, I think it's like in this paper from 1956, something like that. And the reason I mention that is because that's what you might compare Scrum or Agile to in a more like traditional sense, like, oh yeah, compared to Waterfall, but yeah, so you have you talk about the system, you analyze what needs to be done, you design the software, you build the thing, you test it, and then you have ongoing support. But okay, let's talk about this for a second, because with this model and the way that some products and some companies do this is kind of crazy if you really think about it objectively, right? So analyze what needs to be built completely. So we're going across the entire problem domain, really analyzing what is it that we want, what software do we actually want to build. Then we design the software completely. We decide, and if you're thinking about it in a more modern sense, you design, all right, what is the API going to look like? What are all of the API endpoints? What does the data model look like? What are all of those? What does the front end look like? How are we going to break the front end down into specific components? What is the user flow of every possible page in the app. You literally design everything, absolutely everything. And then you have a formal document that describes the full system analysis and the full system design. You hand that over to some coders. They build the thing. Then you take the thing that they built, you put it through testing. They'll fix it if there's any bugs. You release the thing, and now it has ongoing support. But even just hearing that, you can hear, well, if we design everything up front, like, what if requirements change? Like, what if what the user actually wanted is no longer that thing, right? And especially if this whole process takes a year or two to analyze and design, by the time you're actually building the thing, things have changed. Like, what your users want have changed. Like, technology has changed. So even the idea of doing all of this, that, like, in the more traditional sense, doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, it makes sense to analyze and design just enough, to implement just a little bit, to have your users test it and ask them, like, is this really what you wanted? And if it was, then you go back and start adding more. And InstaFluff, thank you very much for that resub. No, and InstaFluff has a great point. We can design the whole thing wrong up front. Yeah, but all of that to say, like, who actually writes software like this? The government, I guess. I mean, and also, like, larger companies with, like, really big budgets, because, and I guess not the fact that they have big budgets, but a lot of times to even get buy-in for a project, you need to know exactly how much it's going to cost up front. If you're working, like, in a traditional business perspective. So that's why they do this work of analyzing and designing it way up front. And that's also why, like, it's larger companies, it's harder for them to move fast and to change quickly, because they have to work this way. All of that to say, for the most part, any more modern company is not doing this. They're at least building a little bit, getting their users to test it, and then going back and working on more features or moving with the users changing priorities and changing requests, which is why something like Scrum makes sense. I don't know. I'm way behind on chat now, but yeah, and I think that's the other thing is, like, you can talk about the velocity of Scrum, but at the end of the day, it's also like, it's not, at least from my perspective, it's not any faster. It just gets validated quicker, right? It's not, you know sooner that something that you've been working on is something that people actually don't want. So that's the velocity you're working at. It's not that you're getting features faster. It's that you're realizing that a lot of these things that you're building, people actually don't want anyways. I don't know. Yeah, fail fast. That's it. Yeah. The goal isn't a faster velocity, it's to have a better understanding of your actual capacity. Yeah, and that's the other aspect of, like, estimates and story point estimates is, like, for your first few sprints, your estimates actually are going to be way off. But the idea is that the longer a team works together and the more sprints you do together, the better your estimates get. So, that's a thing. Yeah. No methodology matters. What matters is the quality of people. If you had bad people on the project, it will fail no matter what. Sure. And I think that's why, like, in general, when a company tries to implement Scrum, like, they're trying to design processes that don't necessarily take into account, I guess, the people that are on them. I don't know if that even makes sense, because typically with Scrum, you are thinking about the team and the people on the team. But I guess what I'm saying is when people actually implement it, they just want software faster. They don't necessarily care about, like, the team process or anything like that. Yeah, glad you could be here, the Close Hearse. I probably should just be in the just chatting category, because all I'm doing is talking. Oh, there's another ad. Did I miss it again? Yeah, and that's another thing I haven't talked about. In the world of Agile, you have epic user stories, and then you have your more granular user stories. An epic user story describes one big feature. Individual user stories describe each of the things that needs to be done to implement that bigger feature. I'm not going to be worrying about epics here. Or maybe I will. I don't know. If you sub, you don't get ads. So that is an incentive to sub. Yeah. All right, sorry for the ads earlier. I was probably just me rambling. Yeah, sprint retrospective. You can also have a post-mortem for a project, which is a fun thing. Like if a project failed, you get everyone together and you talk about why did it fail. And you talk about things so that the next time you work on something, you won't make those same mistakes. Yeah. We use 3-week sprints. I feel like 2 weeks would be too short for us. Yeah, it depends on team size and also like company structure and also like how close are you to the business or the client, because yeah, so when I worked at a software consultancy, because we dealt with clients of various size, different clients moved at different speeds. And a lot of times when we had to wait on the client for certain things, depending on the size of the company and how things worked there, really it's like the larger the company, the longer things take. And so we would have to make our sprints longer just to account for the amount of time it would take for a larger company to get back to us on the things that we needed. But ideally, even 3 weeks is a long time. But I guess it depends. It depends. Oh, sorry to hear that, Morpheus. I would think waterfall is less stressful. It is, but I think at the end of the day, the product that you build is not necessarily the product that your customers want, or that is a product that is really even relevant anymore. Right? If you think about startups these days, they have an idea and they need to move quickly, right? Because if they don't, someone else potentially will create a similar app or release something similar in the space. And so if they designed everything up front before even building it, by the time they started building, there would already be somebody else that's like tried to release something similar in the space. I don't know. Yeah. Why does my Wikipedia look so nice? I made a custom style. You can find it on userstyles.world. Let me give you a link. So I use this plugin called Stylus. And then you can install styles that other people have written, or you can write your own. I modified someone else's style. I took someone else's style and then like added my own colors and fonts to it. But that's why. Though I think there's a bug right now. I think it applies itself to more websites than just Wikipedia. I need to fix that. All right. Waterfall is not crazy. It took the first man to the moon. I think that's the other thing is like you also have to think about like what is it that you're building or creating, right? Because when they were working on like the hardware and the software for the Apollo missions, people's lives were on the line. I mean, you could argue that a lot of people's lives are on the line for like hospital software and stuff like that these days. But that's probably where you would have a lot of design up front. It's actually there's a recent thing that is very related though. So the new telescope that launched, what was that thing called? You can't be agile when you're sending a human into the vacuum of space. Yeah, the James Webb Telescope. Someone released an article talking about how the James Webb Telescope actually runs JavaScript. And if you look into it, it's not actually... I mean, it's a similar language, but when they started designing the James Webb Telescope, it was years ago. I think it might have been like... I don't know. I don't know the exact specifics, but let's just use some numbers. Let's say it was 10 years ago they started designing it. And because they were doing this big design up front thing, all of the technical decisions that they made 5-10 years ago had to stick because they designed everything up front. So it's super interesting if you look into it. Some articles have been written about it. There was this runtime for JavaScript, or a JavaScript-like language that was not super popular back then when they started planning. But it's what they decided they needed for the project. And so these days, like, it's not really even relevant anymore. And like these days, Node.js has taken over. But when they were making that technical decision 10 or so years ago, it stuck. It stuck, and that's because in designing software for things like this, there's all that design up front. So they designed it, they planned it up front, and that's why they decided on a more like ancient technology. Whereas if they were designing something today, they might choose Node.js, but who knows, 10 years from now, Node.js might not be relevant anymore. Yeah. Yeah, and similar thing, like if you're writing software that runs on a laser machine that people use in surgery, you would absolutely want to have a really good design up front. And Marlowe's, thank you very much for that Prime sub. Yeah. Yeah, and thanks again, Instafluff. Thank you for that resub. And we didn't even get the shout out for Instafluff. I don't know if you're still here, but everyone, click the thing you just saw drop down, click follow, tune into Instafluff. They are the inventor of the drop game. So this whole drop thing, this that you can do on my stream, Instafluff invented it. Oh no worries, Instafluff. Thanks for lurking. Yeah. All right, the government is attempting to change that on a pilot agitated. Yeah, and so it's interesting to think about, because even when I was, like, I joined a really large company like 11 years ago, and even back then they're like, oh, we're trying to do this cool new agile thing. It was really hard even for them, because they're a large company and they had like really big teams. At least from what I saw, the only place that it actually worked was where they already had small teams and they were already used to like working really close with each other. There's the what is it called? The Scaled Agile Framework. What's that called? SAFe? Yeah, the Scaled Agile Framework for Enterprise or something like that. That's a thing. But most people in the agile ecosystem and agile community don't think that that's actually a thing. But it is interesting to think about like that. Yeah, like smaller teams and larger corporations are trying to do agile type stuff. Yeah, SAFe. Yeah, and not to knock on it, because I mean, like, especially like if you're using it, but it's funny to hear what some of the more seasoned agile people say about agile SAFe. I don't know. At the end of the day, at least they're trying. At least they're trying to be more agile. But yeah. All right. I'm going to declare chat bankruptcy, because in the past 40 minutes, we have literally put one story into the backlog. So, let's go. All of the things I'm talking about look awfully like Stockholm Syndrome. I don't know. All right, here we go. Better naming for DTO. All right, this is, and actually I think I want to put a label on this one. So the last one is a feature. We absolutely want that. Now, we want to create and rename Zod schemas for all DTO purposes. So I talked about this earlier, but the idea of won't fix. No, we're going to do this. When you're working on larger apps and you're building APIs, you typically have a schema that defines what the data looks like when it's going into your database, what the data looks like when you're returning it to users, what the data looks like when somebody's trying to update or replace something in your database. And those are known as DTOs, data transfer objects. And right now, we don't have those. We're like reusing the same schema for multiple things. So I'm going to call this technical debt. Like, if we don't do this, our code is going to continue to get messier and messier. So we're going to put that in the list. What else do we got? Yeah, use a library or extract this. This is find or use a library for Keasley Postgres driver. And a Stony Eagle with the 10 gifted. You're too kind. You're way too kind. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow. Wow. Thank you. I appreciate you. It's a mad lad. All right, let's give this a label. I would also argue that this is technical debt, because if we don't replace this handwritten Postgres driver, in the future we could run into some kind of bug, and then we're fixing that here. Like, either this should be extracted to... Actually, let me change this. So, extract into library, or find a library for the Keasley Postgres driver. No, I don't hate it, Oscar. I don't. What I don't like is all of this extra code that has nothing, that is not directly related to my code. So ideally, this would actually be a library called Oscar's Postgres driver. And honestly, like, I would totally be happy if we extracted this into a library called Oscar's Postgres Keasley driver, or if we found a library that somebody else has written. In terms of like technical debt and architecture, like, it is not good to have all of this code in this code base, because if someone else comes along and they want to build a Deno Fresh app that talks to a Postgres database, they shouldn't have to copy paste all of this code into their project. They should be able to install a library that handles all of this stuff. So ideally, this gets extracted to a library, or we find an existing one. That's really all I'm saying. Yeah. I'm not saying the code has bugs. I'm saying we don't want that code in our code base because it belongs in a library. That's all I'm saying. Create separate ZA validators for insert, update. This is actually already taken care of in the one where we talked about DTOs. Cool. Import it from a gist URL? I guess that's true. But I would prefer it to be an actual GitHub repo, or like something published on Deno land. All right. Add database trigger to auto update this. All right, this is something that we want to run against our whole DB. I'm going to call this a chore, not really technical debt. Create database trigger to auto update dates on all models. Updated at field on all models. Let's call this a chore. Because really, this will be fun to write. Because really, we'll have like a SQL file with all of our database trigger creations, and then whenever we run our migrations, we'll want to run that SQL file against the database as well to make sure that it creates those triggers. What's nice about this is whenever we, and right now, if we look at our whole code base for updated at, you can see that whenever, so this is our specific query for updating one spot in our database, and whenever we update it, we are manually setting the date here. Ideally, this would be handled by the database. So ideally, I wouldn't have to specify that, and my database would see that, oh, we updated this thing, I'll automatically add that column. And that's nice to have, because then I don't have to remember to do this everywhere I have an update. Cool. It's a chore and it's technical debt. Yeah, I mean, honestly, all of these things that are either, I mean, all of these are chores and technical debt. Actually, I don't know how we differentiate them. It has a default. Yeah, so it has a default, but it doesn't auto-update. Because in the schema, we technically do, or in the initial migration, we technically do set the default. Where do we do that? Create table with defaults. here. So both created at and updated at columns, they automatically set themselves, but they don't automatically update. And for that, we need a database trigger. Okay. We're slowly moving along. Oh, this just needs to be refreshed, that's all. Whoa. Calculate distance, set duration accordingly. Okay, let me actually demonstrate this. So, in the app, when we're clicking around on the map, regardless of where you were before, it will automatically zoom out and then zoom back into what you were editing. So, for those of you that don't even know what app we're working on, this is it. It lets you create lists, and then inside of a list, you can add spots. So this is a list called Best Parks in Denver. And right now we have City Park and Wash Park. But let's say I want to add like Confluence Park. Right about here. What in the world was I talking about? Yeah, this is what we're talking about. Actually, we'll add Commons Park. So this is Commons Park. I'll update this description later. Let's add it. All right. Now this is way over here. If I click on City Park, it moves from there to there, and there to there. And if I click on like Wash Park, regardless of how far the zoom out and back in is, it always takes the same amount of time. So, like for instance, if I add a park like way out here, let's discard those changes. Let's add this thing. Yeah, to do fix this. So now that's way over there, if I click on Wash Park, it's like super jarring to zoom out because it's way so far away. So the idea of this to do is that any time we fly to some other point, it should be relative to how far that point is from where we are right now. So like, because I'm way over here, instead of only taking 1 second to get there, it should take some time relative to how far away it is from the other point. So that is that. And this, I think, is more of this is a feature. This is not some technical debt. This is like, as a user, I just want the map to behave better. So as a list editor, I want the map to pan from one point to another. I want it, honestly, yeah, we would need to figure it out. We would need to figure out how, and we would have to fine tune it. Like, how fast does it go? Can we almost do like an ease in, ease out thing? There might be a maximum amount of time, like, because if it's on the other side of the world, you know? So yeah, like a log scale. So, but yeah, a speed relative to distance. Okay, I want the map to pan from one point to another at a speed relative to its distance from the current point. This is a really long story, and I don't like it. Let's figure out a better way to write this. As a list editor, I want the map to pan from one point to another at a speed relative to its distance from the current point. I like that, Acid Spark. As a list editor, moving between points should take time relative to the distance traveled. This is a feature. And then I liked the idea of adding a user experience tag. So we're going to add that. And then set duration accordingly. Also, option to disable pan. Some people were mentioning they don't want to see movement at all. It should be instant. should have a maximum duration. So if things are really far apart, it'll never take more than, I don't know, 2-3 seconds. What else? I think we mainly covered what people talked about as well. So I think it's good to have that checklist. But yeah, so right now, can I make the comments public? I like that. Option to disable pan, we'll say check media query prefers reduced motion. That's an accessibility thing we definitely should do. Settings? Commenting permissions. Any Trello user. Now, be nice. I mean, obviously, I will just turn off the permission and delete your comments if you do bad things. All right, people are getting an ad, so it's time for me to advertise all the things that I do. If you have Amazon Prime and you're not subbed anywhere else, consider subbing to me. I'd appreciate it. If you want to do a one-time donation, you can check it out there. I also have merch for sale, so you can get this t-shirt and others. And join the mailing list. I send out go live notifications and weekly updates. Sometimes I send out coding challenges. Sometimes I tell you what I had for lunch. And check out my YouTube channel as well. And my Twitter. Okay. Ad is over now. Cool. Let's find another to do. Let us click a button to do this anytime we want. To be able to fit the bounds. I'm not even reading the comments yet. I don't know where they're at. So this is user experience in the feature as well. As a list editor, I want to view all my spots with a single click. Add a button that fits the map bounds based on all spots on the map. This is user experience and a feature. Is it possible to show the label name directly on the card? Yeah, I believe so. I think actually if I just click it, yeah, they show everywhere. Look at that. You're probably right, Ryan. I could re-record an ad. It's less personal if I do that, though. I had a question a few minutes earlier why we were specifying the database at all. You mean right here in this technical debt? Our code is tied to Postgres. I guess technically because we're using Keysly, we actually could swap out the driver. However, we are doing Postgres specific things like we have we're not actually using it, but we plan to. PostGIS. So PostGIS is an extension to Postgres that allows you to do geospatial things. That doesn't exist in a lot of other databases, so we've kind of tied ourselves to Postgres in that way. What are some of the other Postgres things that we're doing that are Postgres specific? Oh, I think we have interesting little JSON aggregations like this, where you could not do JSON aggregation like this in other databases. It might be possible, but the syntax is going to be completely different. So honestly, we've kind of like tied ourselves to Postgres because of all that. I hear that, Codex. It's a fine balance. It's like, what do I do, right? Like, do I just sit here doing nothing? I'm not. I guess really the only things I'm trying to sell you are T-shirts. I don't know. I honestly hate advertisements as well. I don't. If I could disable them completely, I would. But ultimately, I think Twitch is just trying to make as much money from everyone as they can. So, all right. Use a pin as a mouse cursor when editing location. Ah, that's a bit more of a feature, but I understand. So basically, let's say I wanted to go edit Wash Park. Right now, the idea is if I'm in edit mode and I click, I'm technically changing the location of that spot. But the feature here would be my mouse cursor would actually look like a marker so that the user knows that they're actually going to be changing the location there. Really, I think we have a couple of other to-dos around this as well. We really just need a better experience for editing the spot, like, because it's not exactly clear that when I'm in edit mode, if I click over here, I'm technically editing this one. We did adjust the user experience so that if I'm in edit mode and I have unsaved changes, I actually can't click away to any of these, because then that, if I clicked away, then I would have like unsaved changes. So we have that, but ultimately this is just like a user experience story around editing the location. As a list editor, I want to know that I am editing the location of the spot. I want an indication. Use a pin as a mouse cursor when editing location, or something similar that will let the user know they are editing location. Something like that. And then this is a feature in user experience. I guess when is something user experience not a feature? I guess if it's adjusting an existing feature. Extract this to a common place. This is a dev task. So right now in our handlers, like our API handlers, we've got this little if statement that is basically doing authorization, but we have it in multiple. We need some middleware way of unauthorizing these requests. Extract user authorization into middleware for API routes. This is technical debt, and it's a chore. I think at this point, every time we do a tech debt, it's a chore. Every time we do feature, it's a UX thing. What's up, Oscar? I'm just going to delete that comment. Let's see. Yeah. This is where my job responsibility of sending clear technical communications is at odds with being a viewer. Yeah. With Postgres, can you select geospatial, include inside areas that are not circular, that can be multi-shaped areas? I believe so. So I don't have a lot of experience with PostGIS, but it I do believe you can send like a bounds, and I think it can be a polygon. So you can have bounds that like is a custom shape and say, only give me back rows in the database where the point is within these bounds. I do believe that is possible. That could work, America 2050, but yeah, I think we'll talk about that whenever we eventually are implementing it. But yeah, it could be just a different color, something like that. I like that too. Let me just add these as comments. Like if they could see the original point and then a line drawn to where they moved it to, that's actually that seems like a good indicator as well. Oh yeah, it is by default. Yeah, so you're more so talking about why am I sending a JSON with a message property? This is potentially the message that gets displayed in the UI, because all of these are API routes. So yeah, you're right. Like saying message not found is a bit redundant, but if a client-side code makes that request and they're using the message property of the response, I want them to have a clean, more like useful message. That's the main reason I'm duplicating work there. Yeah, and what's up, Limotes? Welcome in. All right. Honestly, though, I feel like I'm... this feels good. It feels good to create this backlog. Because I feel like it's something that we've needed. So, this is good. What do you mean proper error message? Oh, okay. Okay. We need a custom error handler that, if it is a Zod error, displays the validation message. Otherwise, shows like a server message. Create a unified error handler that handles Zod errors and DB errors with corresponding messages. Yeah, and the reason I would call this tech debt is because we're doing this in multiple places. Like, literally in multiple places, we're like, if error is Zod error, do the thing. Yeah. Do I add where I found these to-dos? No, I think I'll remember because, like, I know that this needs to be in a middleware. I know that pretty much everywhere we have a catch, that needs to be, like, unified. Yeah. Oh, and then standard error messages as well. Yeah, did I miss that? Do you know how we can mock a dynamic import in vtest or jest? I don't have experience doing that. It should be possible. Yeah, it should be possible. Yeah. Yeah, but these, like, unknown error and unauthorized, that actually should be extracted out into, like, a error messages enum or something like that. Create an error messages, create and extract an error messages enum. That's it. That's it. Okay. Make responses generic so that you can standardize them more. Yeah, and I think that's kind of the idea here. Reuse extracted error messages in all places for a more standardized error response. If it's plural, should there be an "and"? Create and extract an error message. Yeah, you're right. That. Create and extract error messages into an enum. There we go. Proper status code based on error. I do believe that was, we kind of talked about that in a unified error handler. Choose a standard, or choose a valid HTTP response code for any given error. Standardized. There we go. Your password can't be the same as random username? What do you mean by that, Oscar? Extract this to... Hey, okay, so this is just a to-do that we put in multiple places, so that's good. Because that would be the auth middleware. And then same thing. Basically, everywhere I'm manually checking and then sending an unauthorized response, that needs to be in a middleware. This is handled by those to-dos as well. Like, really, I'm just not handling if it was validated. So that's good. Refactor this when we have more than one provider. Yeah, so right now, you can only log into the app with Discord. Eventually, we want to add like Twitch and Google. And when we do that, this will need to be reworked so that it works for different providers. Okay, let's figure out how I want to phrase this. Refactor profile upsert to accommodate other OAuth providers. Cool. I don't think everyone should just be switching to Deno and Node right now. Everyone should be switching from Node to Deno, just because it doesn't have full support for all of the Node.js stuff yet. Eventually it will, and I think at that point it might make sense to move over, but ideally you would potentially not move everything to Deno. You would maybe start new apps with the idea that you would be using Deno for them. Can we handle this? Yeah. Why can't we set the cookie after a... Wait, what? Is this even a real to-do? Oh, it is. Yeah, so when we're logging in with OAuth, for whatever reason, the cookie wouldn't stick around because the redirect happens... The redirect is not user initiated. Yeah. Oh, our profile is generic. Yeah, so our data model is already written in a generic way. So if you look at our social profile table, a social profile has a provider type, which must be of this type: Discord, Twitch, Google Auth, or Google GitHub. We can add more. So it must be of that provider type. You have a given ID, username, avatar URL, and then user ID, which is the actual user that they link back to. So yeah, data model is generic, but the actual inserting into the database depending on provider is not yet generic. Right now it's just all Discord. Yeah. Okay. What was I doing? Oh yeah, it was this. This is going to require some research, because basically what happens, let me walk you through this. When a user logs in, it's an OAuth redirect. So login with Discord redirects to Discord, right? Now the user has to click authorize. When they click authorize, Discord redirects them back to our website. And right now our website was trying to set a cookie after Discord redirected them back. But there's actually like a security issue there where the browser prevents a redirect from setting a cookie if it was not a user-initiated redirect. So because the redirect is initiated by Discord, we can't set a strict cookie. What we actually need is when the user gets redirected back, we need a button that says complete login, and that would allow us to set a strict cookie, because technically right now our cookie is not strict to same site. If we look at the cookie that's being set, it's to this domain, it's HTTP, it's secure, but same site is not set. We want same site to be true because that would prevent a cross cross-site request forgery. If same site is set to true, there is no way for some other website to trigger a request that would include this cookie. See, CSRF? XSRF. Yeah, cross-site request forgery, essentially. Right now, we're vulnerable to that, potentially. The cookie is only for this domain anyways, but I guess if someone had some code on their website that tried to make a post request against our API, and if that user was already logged in, it's possible that that would actually go through. So we want same site to be true, which would mean if a request to our website was being made from some other website, the cookies would not be included. But that's really the fix here. Is this? I guess it's. Yes, it's a potential security issue. It's not always an issue, but in our case, it would be one, because if somebody faked a request, or not faked a request, if somebody made a request from some other domain, which wasn't a request the user actually wanted to make, it would potentially still include their cookie, which would allow them to do. I mean, it actually would be fun to demonstrate, but let me put that in the ticket here. After login, set cookie with same site true to prevent CSRF. Cross-site request forgery. This is it a bug? Really, it's just technical debt. So the way we'll do it is we're gonna have just it's gonna be a little more cumbersome, because when you get redirected back, you will need to click a button. But after redirect from OAuth, show a button for the user to click instead of auto redirect. This will allow the cookie to be same site true. That's it. Okay. Show error message instead of instant redirect. So this is a bug. I'll call this a bug, because if I go to Fresh Spots and I try logging in with something that is not Discord. So right now you can see when I hover over that, it goes to auth/Discord. And then that in turn does the redirect. If I try to go to like auth/something that isn't implemented yet, oh, apparently we do get redirected. Oh, no. That's not it. So if we go to, also, this is a bug. We have a UI bug. I'm just going to add that because I don't think I have any to-dos. Fix layout styles for non-dashboard pages. Ignoring the obvious bug, which is the layout bug. So this is a bug. This is a definite bug. We changed the layout CSS to be a flexbox, and then we flexed it the wrong direction. It works on the dashboard, but other pages it doesn't work. Yeah, that's a good enough description for me. But the bug that I was talking about is if we go to auth/github/callback. So this is what the user gets redirected back to after login. That just redirects to the home page. But we want that to show an error message to say that like really it should, I guess technically it should be a not found. Yeah, this should go to the 404 page. I'm just going to add that here as a bug. OAuth callbacks for missing or not implemented providers should show a 404 not found. Nobody trying to use the app right is going to... I mean, yeah, but at the same time, like, if for whatever reason somebody does, we should at least show an error message to say, hey, this is why... this is why it's not working. I have the same workflow on Twitch login. My code does this on callback. It sets the cookie first and then redirects. When checking under application cookies, it does show as same site. Strict. I don't know then. Before, for whatever reason, when we were testing it out, we had to remove same site strict. Otherwise, it wouldn't set the cookie at all. So I don't know. Next time we work on that, we'll figure out what exactly we're doing wrong. Interesting. So this is, yeah, okay. So right now, if I go to like auth/GitHub, we redirect to the page not found. But technically, we can do context.render not found. I guess I'm editing the code right now instead of creating a story. I'll just create the story. We're not going to edit the code right now. Yeah, so basically we were reading the docs, or no, we were reading the GitHub docs, and that was the latest, so it had that feature, but the actual release didn't have that feature. Well, welcome in, Shell Gaming. Some people have said I look like Mario. I've dressed like Mario for Halloween before, so that's a thing. Make use of context.render not found. In places where it can be used. This is a dev task and a chore. And technical debt, because there's a lot of places where we're manually rendering rendering a not found page instead of using that built-in one. All right, we're getting close. We're getting close. To do cookie parsing middleware. I'm going to go ahead and say we already did that. Because we actually do have middlewares. 183 remaining to-dos. But we do have this middleware that verifies the cookie and then puts it on state. So I think that's just a leftover to-do. And then this one, use a signal, that's a definite one. Because right now, if a user is logged in, we are manually passing down the user when technically we should be able to set it in a signal. Use a signal for user data passed to components. The extension is called to-do tree. It automatically finds all of the to-dos throughout your code base. Anything that's // to do, it shows up here. Remove this hacky code, probably with props. All right, so this, I forgot that we're still doing this. We created our own little hacky hydrate component in Hydrate Island. No, we're not going to, we're not going to rewrite the whole thing. Okay. Really, this is, it's not really even a bug. This is just more of a, determine the best way to use signals in islands. That's really what we're talking about here, because I'll show you what we did. It's really hacky. So we created our own custom component called Hydrate. And then, if we look at our components and then Hydrate then creates a script tag with a global variable. It has the name of the variable, and then sets it to be this stringified JSON data. Now, this is very hacky. However, if you look at like Next.js, if you look at how Next.js is implemented, there's some code that kind of looks like this in Next.js for like the initial page render and initial page hydration. They're kind of doing stuff like this. So ultimately, we want to do this, but we want to do it in the cleanest way possible, because this still actually does feel really hacky. And then the island right now is hard-coded. So right now, we hard-code this, and we would prefer to dynamically set it. So I'm actually going to remove that to do as well, because that goes with this one. Replace or update hydrate and hydrate island components. Yeah. Just rewrite the whole thing? Yeah, I think any server-side render app that's doing it has to do something like that. But right now there isn't like a directly supported way in Fresh that I know of. I think they even have an issue open on their repo. But yeah, but welcome in, Matthias. Can't believe I wasn't... Wait, what did I just do? Cool. I can't believe I wasn't following you. Well, thank you for the follow. I've been following my YouTube channel for ages. Yeah, I appreciate you. Thank you for the follow. Thanks for showing up. Cool. All right. We are on our way. There's only a few left. And then I will choose one thing to actually fix and implement. Use a signal. I think I was just talking about user data there, so we already covered that. Cool. Same thing here is basically everywhere that I'm passing down data.user, this should actually be a signal, so that way I don't have to pass the prop down, because user is something that's used in multiple places. Yeah, I mean, I told you today wasn't going to be a whole lot of code. It's all about project management. Yeah, so I started to look into, okay, how can I make my own Twitch ads? Because on YouTube, it's really easy to make a video and then just pay money to show it to people as an advertisement. And you can be, so I was looking into this, well, I'll finish my thought. So when you're creating an ad for YouTube, you can be super specific. Like I want to show this ad to people that are looking for jobs that are between the ages of 25 and 34 and have recently purchased something. So you can be really specific about the targeted ads that you display on YouTube. For Twitch, you have to reach out to their sales team. There's no automated way to like sell a video ad on Twitch. And from my, like, I barely see Twitch ads these days because I'm subbed to a lot of channels and I have Twitch Turbo. But the ads that I do see are very general. Like I think that's what Codex was mentioning, is that none of the ads are targeted. It's all like a Hot Pocket ad, and everybody sees that, or a whatever else ad. But it would be nice to show targeted ads. Yeah. And what's up, I am Sylvester. Thank you for the mustache compliment. But my thought for YouTube ads was I want to make like 30-second videos that have like a looping nature cinematograph with chill music on top of it that just says, "This moment of chill brought to you by Coding Garden." Like imagine if you're watching a bunch of ads and all of a sudden it's just like nature and like really chill music. That would make you want to go check out Coding Garden, right? Right? At least I think so. I want to do something like that. It's kind of inspired by the old Adult Swim bumps. If anybody watched Adult Swim back in the day, a lot of they weren't ads, but they were in between, like during commercial breaks. It was literally just like chill music and like nature images. Yeah. I guess that's true, huh, Edmund? I don't know if everybody likes Hot Pockets, though I will admit I I ate lunch twice last week. Well, maybe it was this week. No, it was this week. This week has gone by so slow. I have had a Hot Pocket for lunch twice this week. It is true. And I didn't buy them because of a Twitch ad. I actually bought them because I saw an episode of Good Mythical Morning where they were eating Hot Pockets. I mean, technically they were advertising to me, even if they weren't paid by Hot Pockets. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, I'm reminded of the Jim Gaffigan Hot Pocket skit. Hot Pockets. Yeah, well, I have a system. After cooking the Hot Pocket, I literally let it sit for 10 minutes before I eat it. Because, well, I hate burning my mouth when eating food. But to have burned your mouth on a Hot Pocket, of all things, like, it's not, like, it's fine. It's not, but it's not amazing. And so to, like, limit your taste buds from one little Hot Pocket just because you couldn't wait for it to cool down, I try to make sure that I don't eat the thing until it's cooled down. All right. I don't think this to-do is right. Slice it in half and let it vent. That's the way to do it because, yeah, you're right. The edges cool down faster than the center. All right, I'm going to be an advertisement for Hot Pockets. Actually, I don't even know. Can anyone tell me what are the Hot Pockets ads that they show? Like, what were they advertising? Did anyone see a Hot Pocket ad today? But, all right, like I said, I'm going to be an advertisement for Hot Pocket. Try the Hot Pocket, I think they're called Bold. They are larger than regular Hot Pockets, and they have more flavor than regular Hot Pockets. So the one that I've been eating is the Chicken Bacon Ranch. It's bigger, it's got more flavor, it's pretty good. I don't know. This to-do doesn't make any sense. So I think ultimately what I was worried about is when we're doing a redirect, we have to specify the full URL, but we actually don't need a path join because it is a URL. So this one should be good. Only 4 left. Update to use a parameterized port. Use port variable when starting app. I like my cardboard with extra flavor. It is, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Cool. Maybe clean up the error that is logged. Yeah, I agree with that. So that is, we set it up so that when the app starts up, it looks at all of our environment variables, and if any are missing, it shows an error message. Right now, it's an ugly error message. Clean up error message displayed if missing env variable. Cool. Yeah, this is a to-do regarding, and this is our last one. It's our last one, and then we'll write a little bit of code before I go. This has to do with our dependencies. Yeah. So this is another one. That's tech debt. Replace all imports with import from dependencies.ts file. Cool. Now, all of this stuff, for the most part, is technical debt and chores and like tiny bugs that we need to fix. What's still missing are the actual features. So I actually do want to add a couple of stories that represent that. Yeah, I'm curious too. Where did that go? This would have been on the spot form? Oh, you know what? This isn't all of the to-dos. It's somehow it's missing the ones that look like this. So there might be more. There are more. There are more. There are way more. Somehow I was missing them. Okay. Okay, there are more. All right, this is the list form. So this is when we're creating a new list. Feature request for the to-do tree expansion. I think it should be able to find those, right? Let's see. Yeah, it can find those. See? When we create a new list, it goes to this page. And this was saying, oh, specifically the fact that event is the any type. The issue here is, and then why is this complaining? Cannot find, wait, what? Oh. So, just a quick aside. So because I have, in the repo, there's a folder called app that has the actual fresh app. In order for VS Code to know what everything is, I have to make sure that I'm inside of the app folder and not in the parent folder. That's what was just happening there. Okay. The issue here is on submit takes in an event type, and if we look at E, it is of type JSX internal targeted event. And for whatever reason, when we were working on this, we couldn't figure out how to get those types. So this is just a chore to do. And welcome in, Mitzi. Glad to have you. Here. Add imports for JSX internals. Stop using any type. Yeah, I think it more so has to do with the fact that it is, well, yeah, the Deno app config is in the app folder, not in the parent, so it doesn't know to load the Deno extension. So it can't figure out what anything is. And then it's just trying to use like the default VS Code resolvers, which don't know anything about preact or anything else. Calculate distance, set duration accordingly. This is that feature we were talking about earlier. When you click on the map, you want it to take longer to get there. Because right now we're taking 1 second, and it should be relative. Same thing for form types. That's that other one. Add map tile for use later. Yeah, and this is specific to a spot. So the feature here is when I am adding a specific spot to the list, well, the idea was I could also have an image, and that image could just be like a snapshot of the map with the tile on it. So this is more so a feature. So we'll add that. Include map tile as property on spot when created. And this is a feature. And then this was an example that someone, see example here. that allows us to get the map tile for a specific coordinates. Move this logic to an API handler. Yep, so basically our islands need their own specific API client so that we're not repeating fetch requests everywhere. Move client-side API logic to common file. Maybe add an edit location state / button. Okay, so this has to do with the user experience of editing the location. Excuse me. Yeah, so what I mean by API client is we do have specific endpoints that are, they work with JSON data in that they accept JSON and they respond with JSON. So if you look in this API folder, we have like lists, and then if you made a request to API/lists, that would give you all the lists from the database. If you make a post request to API/lists, that attempts to create a new list in the database. That's the backend API, and then we are actually calling those API endpoints from our client-side code in these islands. So if we look at the spot form, so this is the form that allows you to add a new spot. Whenever we submit the form, we're actually making a fetch request against our API. But instead of having this code in line like this, it would be much nicer if I could say response equals API client dot create spot with like an ID and then the data or something like that. So basically everywhere where I just have fetch by itself, I'm going to put that into a common place. And the reason I would do that is so that it's more reusable. So if I have two places in my app that are both making a request to the same spot, I don't have to manually type out fetch with all of the headers and everything everywhere that I want to do that. Like same thing right here. Like this would be much nicer if I just said lists is, or list is API client dot get list, or get list with some ID, and that would replace the fetch in the JSON. Yeah, so I've never called it the repository pattern, but that definitely sounds right. Where basically that API client I have internally also could manage the state, and that's where it is the repository, because if two places in my app request the same data, the repository manager or the API client could cache that data, and then you get into like using something like React Query. That React Query is I believe the repository pattern in a way. But yeah, this is exactly it. So basically, I would have functions that do all of the things on the client. You could call it a service. Yeah, definitely. Contextual and strategy pattern. Cool. Okay. Maybe add edit location or state. We already covered this because we have a story that basically says make the user experience better when editing spot. So this, as a list editor, I want an indication that I'm editing the location of the spot. Because right now we were saying, have some sort of visual indication. So I don't have any sort of demo or anything like that, NG. You technically can try the app out. So if you go to freshspots.deno.dev, you'll log in with Discord. And then once you're in the app, you'll have the ability to create a list. So you could create a list that's like best pizza in NYC, all the best spots. And then once you're in here, you can zoom into the map. Wait, where's New York? Here. Let's say there's probably a pizza place right there. add the spot, and that's kind of the extent. You can also edit it, but the idea is eventually you'll be able to take this URL, share it with somebody, and then they can go see all of the spots that you say were the best pizza spots in New York. But yeah, we've been working on it on stream. Yeah, if you I guess I'll do this again. This is stream number 13. You can see the code there. It's been a long process. And then what we're doing right now is we're attempting to organize ourselves. So far, we basically, every episode, we've just dropped right into the code base and then just started coding on stuff. And we're trying to structure things a little bit more, just so there's an easier path to the finish line. Because as you can see, there's just so much technical debt in the app, and we want to fix all of that, but also there are features we need to implement, and when we really need to prioritize between the two. Yeah, and that would be a stretch feature. Eventually, the spots that you add, we could allow other users to see, oh, what are spots that other people have added, and then I want to add those spots to my list. We could definitely add more like social features in the future. Okay. Set preferred social profile after login. Yeah, this has to do if you're... So right now we only support Discord, but eventually we're going to support others. And when we do, we need to, depending on the one that they just logged in with, set that as their preferred one. After OAuth login, set preferred provider as the last provider used. Oh, that's a good point as well, Wardu or Wardux. Yeah, you're right, because you might want to have two separate lists that use the same spots, but you don't want to have to find all the spots every time. I get what you're saying. Yeah. Click the button to close, open on hover. This button is just broken. Click the button. Yeah, so right now if I click the button, it doesn't unhover. I have to click outside of it. And then what I just realized is that when I'm on this page, oh no, that seems to work. For whatever reason, that button wasn't working. That's the fans on my computer. The microphone is right here, and it's picking up the fans from it. Okay. Yeah, something like that as well, America 2050. Eventually, yeah, you'd want to be able to... Or that's another idea, is you, like, fork somebody's list. So you take somebody's list of best spots in NYC, you start from there, and then, like, add your own or update spots that are in it. As a logged-in user, I want the navbar button to behave predictably. Something like that. Predictably. Yeah, and so this is actually another thing that I didn't talk about, is typically with Agile, your user stories also need acceptance criteria. We haven't added acceptance criteria to me, except for like maybe one of them. But the whole idea is, like, these stories would have been created by the whole dev team, or like not the whole dev team, the whole team, including developers, the clients, the project manager. Everyone has a say in creating these types of user stories. But you also need acceptance criteria, because if this story like talks about a specific feature, how does the developer know that they're done implementing that feature? And they know they're done because they can check all the boxes on the acceptance criteria. So we can add some acceptance criteria here, in that if the drop down is open, and the button is clicked, the button closes. I think that's pretty much it, because right now it already has the behavior that if you click outside, if the drop down is open and the user clicks outside the drop down, it is closed. Something like that. And ideally, you would have as many of these as possible that describes the full behavior so that a developer knows exactly what to do when they're pulling this ticket to work on. And this is more so like user experience. Okay. Should the button open on hover? We had that in the to-do. If the dropdown is closed, when the user hovers over it, it should open. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, and that's the other thing, is you want to be very specific, because if you say something like, when I log in, the app just works, that's not good acceptance criteria, because it's not specific enough. So yeah. Is this really the last one? Fix the padding on the image. Did we fix the padding? I actually don't know what this is referring to. I'm just going to say it's done, because the padding looks good on the user image here. Yeah. Yeah, so in talking about user stories with acceptance criteria, typically if you're working within Scrum, your user stories would have acceptance criteria like that. So yeah. All right, is this everything? Search the whole code base for to do. Yeah, all right, we've done it. We've done it. Now, I kind of want to write a to do that says add all of the feature stories, because I don't think I want to do that today. But so thank you. We've done it. I mean, also, I think this will be good for anybody that's newer to the project. You can see me talk about the various aspects of the project and like how we want to make the code better and stuff like that. But we also need a story for like as a list creator, I want a link that I can share with others. This is something we can't do yet, but it's a core feature of the app. So we need that. As a list editor, I want to edit the title and description of the list. That's also something that you can't do yet, and that's like a core feature of the app. As a list viewer, I want a good-looking URL to click on. Something like that. I could come up with a better way to write it. But basically, this is like implementing slugs. So right now we have list IDs. Implement or like dynamically create slug based on list title. Something like that. Because right now, when you're looking at a list, it's kind of ugly. It's like list, edit, and then this big long ID. But ideally, when you share it with somebody, I could share a link that just says list/best-parks-in-Denver, and that would be our slug. So that's something as well. That's another feature. Okay, so we honestly need to have a whole nother session where we talk about all the features that we still want and need. But yeah, like as a potential user, I want to see a random AI-generated dinosaur on the home page. Yeah. Could I add subtasks that have to be done before working on this one? Yeah, I mean, and ideally I would. Ideally, I would have like either subtask or like success criteria. it's just so much more work to add those. So at least for what I work on, I think I'll at least pull the story, and then if someone reminds me, then I can go through and make sure that I add the stuff before we do it. Because at the end of the day, like, it really is just a more formalized version of my to-do list, right? Because the thing that I've been working from at the root of the project here is just a big old to-do list. And technically, I could have reformatted each one of these checkboxes into some kind of task or user story. It's like those things listed there are the ones that I added in there. Yeah, and that's a potential stretch feature, Limeotes, is that like the homepage could show popular lists that have been created, and then you get more like a more social aspect of it. So when you go to the landing page, it's more interesting for people that aren't necessarily creating lists, because they can see all of the popular ones, they can navigate to them. Eventually, we'll be able to search. Yeah. Yeah, I would say, actually, let me find that, because I do have a playlist on YouTube where I talk about Agile and project management. Let's see. Because I have talked about, and also, like, feature branch workflow. I've talked about that kind of stuff in the past. Coding Garden community app. Oh, I can't find it. I guess apparently, I think I did talk about it in this video. So, a long time ago, we started working on what we called the community app. And the idea was, it was an open source project where newer developers could contribute and learn what it's like to work on a team and what it's like to collaborate. That project is no longer active, but in this video, I talk about all of the underlying concepts that would be required to work on a project like that. So I talk about Agile, Scrum, what it's like to work on a team. Talk about Git and feature branch workflow. Also talk about code reviews. So if you're interested in that kind of stuff, that video should help. Just know that the community app isn't a thing anymore, at least right now. I want to bring it back eventually. But right now, it's not a thing, but all of the concepts I talk about are still pretty applicable. Okay. Trying to think. Oh, yeah. We need a view list page, because right now there's an edit page for lists, but this is not the user experience you should see if you're only viewing the list. Like when I click a spot, I don't want to see an edit form. I want to see a card, like a read-only card. So really the feature here is, as a list viewer, I want to view a list, I guess. Like, I want to view a list in read-only mode. Like, I don't want to be able to edit the list itself. This is more of a feature. Cool. If we talk about what needs to be done sooner rather than later, editing the title and the description, creating a slug, and then read-only mode. Like these are the things we need to do that will get us more towards MVP. So yeah. Why do I have to log in every time I revisit? Oh, no. I literally logged out. I've been logging out to demonstrate this dropdown. You don't have to. If I close and reopen it, it sets a cookie and I'm logged in for a little while. Yeah. Okay, let's pick one thing to work on and then I'm gonna go. Let's see. Slug. The only thing about slugs, we would probably need to find a library for this. Like we could write our own little function to like slugify the title. I only want to code for like 10 minutes, and I don't think I can implement slugs and sharing in 10 minutes. That's why I want to find something else, something doable in 10 minutes. Let's see. Is there a... Actually, I mean, there might even be a package on NPM that we could use in Deno. That could be interesting. All right, let's work on the slug. We're going to work on the slug. So as a list viewer, I want a good-looking URL to click on. Dynamically create the slug based on the list title. That's actually a good point at Codex, is like we set up the structure for it, and then figure out a way to generate the slug later on. There's this slug package, which has 200,000 weekly downloads on NPM. There's Slugify, that has 2 million weekly downloads. I'd be curious to see... Oh, it has 0 dependencies. If it has 0 dependencies, that actually means we probably can use this with Deno, because it's not doing any special Node.js stuff. Let's see. Wow. See, this is why I don't want to write my own. They have figured out all of the possible like special characters and like what those characters should map to. Like, this is why I don't want to write my own. But if I could use this, let's try it. Let's try it. What's the format of the URL slug? I think I just want it to be the slug itself, and then it will have to be unique. And if 2 people create a list that has the same name, the second person will just have a number appended on the end. Unique names generator. Oh, does this do like the Twitch clip kind of thing? Yeah, we don't want this. We want it to be closer to the slug, the title. And I thought about, yeah, so the URL will be user ID /slug, but I don't think so. I think I want it to be like really, I think I want the slugs to be unique, because that way, you could literally go to freshspots/view/best parks in Denver, right? That's a really nice URL. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna make it so that the slug is unique in the database. Yeah. Use a string with the code of the user at the start, so we could have like user ID 1, best parks in Denver. If the title is changed, then the slug changes. If the slug changes, then that results in potentially broken links. String.prototype.normalize. Maybe clean up the accents. I see. That's, I mean, so as we start to think about the solution here, that's what you have to think about, because if the slug changes, do we keep track of the history? Do we redirect? Is that slug just now up for grabs? Do we generate a nano ID? I guess we already have a GUID, a global unique identifier. Let's go with, if the title updates, the slug changes. And the slug has to be unique. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, that's like that's why. Also, like, so we're using Postgres, and Postgres can do auto incrementing IDs, and all of our other tables have integer IDs. But the list table specifically, we made it have a GUID ID, so that way we could have a unique ID like this, and then in the URL it would be something like /view with that. Have the slug plus unique ID, and the last part is the real ID. Well, the issue is I don't want this big long ID. You could say, all right, well, let's just choose the first section of the GUID, and now you have to match it there. I don't know. Honestly, how do other sites do it? Because what I'm thinking of is dev.to, because I know, like, I have a blog post here, or a couple of blog posts. And the blog posts do, yeah, so they have user / slug - some ID. User / slug - some ID. Yeah, so I guess if we do limit the slug to be unique per user instead of unique overall, I think that does fix some things. Let's do that. That's the plan. So it's going to be view / user ID 1 / best parks in Denver. If the slug changes, that will just be a not found. However, because the user's ID is in the URL, we can just redirect back to their profile, right? What's up, ZSL Raoul? Glad you're here. I mean, at this point, I'm not even programming. I am talking about programming. But I like this idea because if they change the slug, best parks in Denver ever, now when you go to best parks in Denver, we'll actually just redirect back to the user profile. So that way you could find the list that you're looking for based on the title change. If that makes sense. If you do ID-title, the actual slug doesn't matter, the ID does. I guess that's true, but then we need IDs, we need smaller IDs. But I do like this, I like this idea because then the slug could be literally anything. But when you're loading the page on the back end, you just extract out the ID and then use that for the lookup. Yeah, because then it's, I mean, I do like that. View 1 ABC 123 dash whatever the heck you want. Yeah, I guess then that's it. Like, yeah, you're right. That's a potential like security issue because now someone could generate a list, and I mean, I guess it's not that much of a security issue, but they could generate a list and then just share a URL with like bad words, and it still gets there because the ID is correct. Keep a table where slug maps to ID. If the slug changes, keep the old and create a new one. I think that's kind of the way to go. So that way, if the slug changes, we can still redirect. But I guess the issue there is like if the slug changes, then no one else can ever use that slug again. Slugs are for search engine optimization, not users. Yeah, it's true. This is why I didn't want to work on this, because I know it's not a straight... It's already been 10 minutes and I haven't written any code. Because we have to make a decision here. Did we decide on user slash... Yeah, I think we already decided. User slash slug. And then if it's not found, we redirect to the user profile. The other issue is that like our users technically don't have usernames. They only have IDs because their username is tied to a social profile. So... why concatenate the ID and the slug in a single segment? Well, I think the reason that they do that like on dev.2 is because when they generate the slug, they don't want there to be conflicts. So by putting the ID on the end or at the beginning, you just basically will never have a conflict. And so the slug doesn't have to, I mean, the slug has to be unique, but you'll never run into a conflict because they're always adding like a unique ID on the end. Here's what we're going to do. We are working on this specific story. I'm going to see if I can use this library. If I can use this library inside of Deno, that's actually just a win in general because we're using a Node.js package in Deno, so that's awesome. And then I'm going to add a column to the list table that holds the slug, and when a list is created, we auto-generate the slug. That's it, that's all. In the future, if you edit the title, we would need to update the slug. But that's it. We're just, for now, we're gonna see, can we generate slugs, and then can we put them in the database? Let's go. Okay. So, when we are creating a list, that happens in the API. So API lists here. And then there is a post request here that actually creates the list. So this inserts a spot into the database. I'm going to go ahead and do a little refactor here because one thing we've been doing is instead of having direct database queries in our code, we've been extracting that out into a queries file. So if we look at spot list, this has a find one method, a find all method. We also want a create one method. And then we're going to move that code from here into create one. So we'll say await create something like this. Create one with the validated result. And then all of this moves over here to create one. We pass in the let's call this, it's literally a list. So we're going to pass in the list, which is of type spot list or spot list table. Let's just confirm what the type was. Validated result is of type name or description. So it's of type spot list. Like that. And then we also take in the user ID, which is a number. Like that. And then we need to make sure that we're pulling in spot list. Cool. And now this, we need to pass in context.state.userid, like that. And then this function seems good. At this point, it was just a refactor. We just, and I actually want to return this. Cool. We literally took the code from one place here, and then we moved it elsewhere. But this is a bit more maintainable because now anytime we want to create a list, we just have to call this function. We don't have to repeat ourselves with the database code. Okay, so that's one thing. But now when we are creating, we also want to insert the slug, and that's going to be something like slugify list.name. So we need this slugify function. How do we get it? We import it. So let's say import slugify from npm slugify. There's a way of importing something from npm in Deno. Does anybody remember how? Yeah, it's a new thing. No. Well, here's the thing. I want to import it from npm. Like that. Yeah, that should work. npm is unstable and won't work on Deno deploy. Okay, that's good to know. So we're actually going to go this route where we use ESM. So esm.sh is actually a good thing to know about. So they take packages that are on npm and they turn them into ECMAScript modules. So any package that wasn't written as an ECMAScript module but can be rewritten as one is supported in that way. So we're just going to import it from there. So based on that URL, you can literally put any npm package name and you'll get the ECMAScript or the ECMAScript module version. So if we pass in slugify, now we know that we can use that. Okay, I'm just going to use that. You're right, Oscar. So we're going to add it to our dependencies. So we'll say export star as slugify from there. Yeah, and these packages, yes, anywhere that supports ECMAScript modules, they would work as well. Exactly. Okay, so now that we have slugify in here, over where we need it, we'll import it. Instead of from there, we'll say import slugify from our dependencies. Like that. And then we slugify the name, but this is complaining because slug is not defined in our database model, in our table. So in our table description, we need to add slug. And so it is auto-generated. I guess it's not. I think we can add it here. So we'll say slug is a string. So that adds it to the model, which now this should stop complaining. Oh, user ID. No, that should be fine. Oh, never mind. I put it in the wrong one. This needs to be in not in the spot. Yeah, not in the spot table. This needs to be in the spot list table. Okay, that's the issue. Spot list table also has a slug. There we go. So that should now stop complaining there. Awesome. We need to update it in one more place. So this is the description of the table, but it is not the actual schema in the database. That is actually handled in our migrations. So I mean, it should be easy enough to just create a new one, right? That adds the slug column. Let's try. I'm just gonna copy this file and call this add slug to list. Something like this. I can remove all this extra code. And then with a migration, you have an up and a down. So the up does the thing. We don't want to create a table. We want to say with an existing table. So Keasley dot, I don't know, can we do db dot with table? No. I need to look at the Keasley docs. So Keasley is the library that we are using to... did I spell that wrong? Kisley? Oh, KY. So I was spelling it wrong. Here it is. This is it. Let's look at their docs on migrations. So we want db.schema. We don't want to create a table. We want to access an existing table. So db.schema.alter table. And then we should get type completion as to the table name. So this will be spot list. I don't know why we didn't get type. Actually, I think we ran into this issue last time. We did not get type completion for these, for migrations for whatever reason. And then we want to add the column slug. This is going to be a varchar 100? 500? 500. And then it cannot be null. So we'll say column dot not null. 30? 64? What's the maximum length of a slug? Varchar max? 100. 100. We're gonna go with 100. So it can't be null. Okay. Cool. $64? We'll go with 100. I don't know how long strings are. I'm not going to run a poll for it. So in the up, we add the slug column. In the down, we remove the column. Drop column? Yeah, drop column, slug. So when we are migrating up, please create the column. If we need to roll back, remove that column. So we should be good there. All right, let me spin up my app locally. I've actually started to run Docker over on my streaming computer, so that way my MacBook struggles less. Because it tends to struggle when we're running Docker. All right. The stream will struggle more? I mean, will it? Maybe. I mean, like I said I was going to code for 10 minutes, and then we spent 20 minutes even talking about the code that I was going to write. What's the default value for a non-null field? Oh, Good call, Jicom Gaming. You're totally right. We actually need to specify a default value because if we set it to not null, it's going to need to drop the table for any existing lists. You're totally right. You are totally right. Now, I need to remind myself, how do I do a default value? Yeah, 20-year developer reflex, yeah. Honestly, I don't mind dropping the tables. I'm honestly, for a change like this, and because it's early days, I would just modify the initial schema. Oh, there's a default too. Right. All right. Okay, since we've been talking about real world, here's how I would do this. If we needed to modify an existing database and we couldn't just drop the database, I would actually create this without the null constraint. Then I would update every single existing one with a slug, and then alter the constraint to be not null. So yeah, that's basically what we would do. Jicom Gaming is so create the column, and then can we even query inside of here? How do we query the database? db.insert into. Okay. Could do something like this. Select every single list in the database, and then for every single one, we update its slug to be the slugified version. Yeah, sorry to hear that, Gangster Turbo. If it happens again, let me know. We got a command for that. Because if you're getting an ad, then we give an ad to everyone. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do... Like, this is totally fine for the app that I'm working on, because there's, like, 2 or 3 lists in the database. If this were real-world production app with, like, thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands of existing lists, I couldn't just hold that list in memory. I would basically need to page it, so I'm only looking at, like, 100 at a time. Yeah. Yeah, the thing is, I've done migrations like this in the past. You don't want my list. You don't want your list slug to change. So, yeah. The other issue here, though, is if we auto-generate the slugs using Slugify, we also have to account for the logic if 2 lists have the exact same name. Yeah. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to drop the whole database. Now, for good reason. I'm going to clarify why I think it's okay to drop the whole database in this scenario. Because we are, and so I'm just going to delete this file. Delete that whole file. My lists. Do you really have some lists going? I guess I could look at the database. So really, right here when I have a list, this is where I want to just add the slug column. No, but here's the reason why. Here's the reason why I can drop the database. We are still designing this app. Like, this app has not even made it to version 1. There really shouldn't even be any users of this app. It's still in development. So, when something is still in development, like, there's no use in creating migrations that need to handle, like, data that has changed and all of that good stuff. All of the things that you need to take into account, because the underlying structure needs to change anyways. So, that's my executive decision. Is I'm gonna drop my database locally, and then I'm gonna drop the production database just to add this one column. That's it. I mean, the easier fix would be add the column without the not null constraint. I mean, technically, I guess it doesn't have to be not null. It could be null, because if the slug is null, I don't even know. I don't know. I kind of just want to drop the database. Here's what I'll do, though. Let's look. Let's see if there actually is data that I don't mind losing. Because at least locally, so I'm running in localhost right now. I'm not running on the deployed site. I do have all these parks, and I would have to manually go back in and add all of these. Okay, we're going to go back to what we just did. Give me a second. We're saying that the slug can be null. We're going to remove this not null constraint, and that's it. And then we don't even have to migrate the data. We literally just add this. We add the slug column, but what that means is for all existing lists, the slug is null because it has an initial value of null, which is fine. That's not going to break anything. But now, anytime if you update the list and it doesn't have a slug, we'll set it on the back end. That's the plan here. Okay. Okay. It can be null. That's fine. But what we can do now is say Deno migrate up. That should add the slug column to the actual database. And now, when we create a new list, it should get inserted with the name. And then I guess because we have I think we have our update one. No, we don't even have an update one function anyways, so that's fine. In the future, when we create update one, we'll have to modify. We'll take into account if the title changes, the slug will change, that kind of thing. Same thing, yeah. And when a user publishes their list, we can also generate the slug. Now I need to fix this call to slugify, because I don't know if these are the default options, but this is complaining. This expression is not callable. We need to, yeah, because we need the default export. How do I? No. Why not generate slugs on the Postgres side? That's a good idea. Because we've already gone down this path, which is why. Yeah, thank you, El Costa. I thought I could do this, but actually I don't think I can, because in that case we would actually be mixing named exports with destructuring rename. How often do I look up things on Google? Every day. Multiple times a day. Yeah, but it's fine. This should be fine. So this takes in a string. Why is this complaining? Title does not exist on list? Oh, because it's name. That makes sense. And I think these are the defaults. So it's going to replace spaces with dashes. Convert to... Oh, we do want to convert to lowercase. Strip special characters except replacements. We want that. Language code of the locale to use. English, I guess? Trim true. Trim leading and trailing replacement characters. Cool. Do you agree that you don't have to know the syntax by heart? You just have to know how to do it, if you understand what I'm trying to say? Yeah, for the most part. There are certain things that, like, it makes sense to memorize. It makes sense to basically just have it. Not that you don't understand it, but you've just memorized the way to do that thing, because it's gonna make your workflow faster. That said, if you can figure it out or look it up, that's enough. That's enough. Like that like, you can do the job for sure. Yeah, we need a slugify microservice. Okay, for now, this is just going to, well, okay, we added the column, but we didn't add a unique constraint on the column. Dang it. Do we now want to append a nano ID to it? What if the names are conflicting? Two users can't have the same slug because the URL is always going to have the user ID in it. Yeah, we're going to append a little nano ID to it. A nano ID implementation for Deno. But it's too long. Can I tell it that I only want like 4 characters? Yeah, I can. Alright. Why nano ID instead of the row ID? Because we're using GUIDs, global unique identifiers. And so it's the whole point of this slug is to get rid of this big long ID. But you could now argue that, all right, well, since we're using slugs, we should just use an auto-incremented ID anyways. Like, my initial idea in the design was, all right, let's use this GUID as the link to the list. But then it makes sense, it makes sense to not even have that. It's not gonna work, America 2050. It's not gonna. I'm telling you, it's not gonna work. Because there's multiple levels. I'll tell you if you want to know why it's not gonna work. Look at the code. Look at dependencies.ts to see that it exports multiple things. And I'm not mad at you right now. I know that there are multiple people out there that are like, of course you can. Yeah, of course you can. But you can't. Because it would be mixing named exports with destructuring, which is a thing you can't do in ECMAScript modules. I'm mad. No, okay. Here's what we're gonna do. No, emotes shouldn't be broken. They should be fine. Oh, no, this is... yeah, when there's... Okay, maybe you're right. For now... I'm not going to append an ID to it. Or I guess maybe I am. Why wouldn't I? We are. But that's the thing is like I have to avoid adding a to-do of like to-do prevent collisions in the future. Okay, so we're grabbing nano ID. And then we'll say slug dash nano ID of size 4. What does dev.to use? They use they use an ID of size 4. This expression is not callable. Why not? Oh, because I have to do nano ID dot nano ID? That's just so lame. Maybe you're not being ignored, Drills. There's just so much going on, and I wanted to be gone. 30 minutes ago, I said I wanted to be gone in 10 minutes. I mean, honestly, this is just, if you're new here, this is how this entire project has gone. Yeah, this doesn't work, Drills. I guess we could do that. I've tried. That's really funny, Elk. I feel like no, I'm not. You're not being ignored. I'm just not gonna do it. So I guess technically you are being ignored because I've tried. Oh yeah, I guess you're totally right. This would work. This would work. And then this would be export default as Slugify. Yeah, you're right. That will work. And then that cleans this up. Because now we can do this. Oof. Yeah, that's good. It's good stuff. All right. Now, let's test it out. So the app should be running. Yeah, the app is running. To test this out, we can create a new list. Yeah, I mean, so that's the to-do is like we want to prevent a collision here. But ideally, there won't be one because of this nano ID that we're adding on to the end of it. I don't know. But look, when we create a new list, this is going to be best Thai restaurants in Denver. All the best Thai restaurants. All right, when we click create, it didn't break. But if we go look at the database, actually if we look at the this specific list, it should have a slug that is best Thai restaurants in Denver. I mean, I guess technically we could actually render that out on the page. Let's do that. So on the specific dashboard, list, edit, some given ID, we have access to the list, and it is of type spot list with ID and spots. No, just go there. Go there. But this should also have a slug. Like that. How many things have I broken now? But now that that has a slug, we should be able to access it in the sidebar. Sidebar. We have the name, and then below that, we have the slug. Well, oh, I'm on the deployed site. I'm on the deployed website. I need to be working locally right now. Okay. Here we go. Okay, great. So this makes sense because I just added the slug to the validator, so the front end doesn't even... I guess, yeah, the front end sends the data to the back end, but the slug doesn't exist yet. So the back end is saying, hey, that's not valid. So this actually has to do with our DTOs and like where should this slug actually exist, because technically this should be a yeah, here, there, but it's also here, and now we've duplicated ourselves, but I think that will fix it. So it creates it, and then best Thai restaurants in Denver, Fabin. Great slug. No, so this is the nano ID. This is the nano ID that got generated. Look, let's create another one. Fabian? Who's Fabian? What else is in Denver? Best breweries. Top 10 breweries in Denver. Oh, I did, Vega. I literally wanted to be gone an hour ago, but, you know, I'm held hostage by Twitch chat. All the best breweries in Denver. Create top 10 breweries in Denver. Perfect. I don't like this. So it's working. Technically, it's doing exactly what we asked it to do, but I don't like these random generated IDs. Yeah, and that's the other thing is that, yeah, what if it generates a certain 4-letter word? Yeah, see you later, Citrix. Have a good one. It does what we asked it to do, but I don't like what I asked it to do. Yeah. Create a list. Grab the title from the list. Query for slugs beginning with the newly created slug title. Append count. Yeah. That's what we'll do. If there is no count, we don't append anything. And that's easy enough because we do have our queries somewhere here. Here. So, let's create the slug. This is we're gonna follow Terawatt's recipe here. The slug is that existing equals db dot select from spot list where slug is equal to this given slug, and then can we get the count? select count? Can I select count? Maybe it is returning. I'll try that. I need to pass in the equal sign here. That's why that's complaining. There is no returning. Huh. This ORM is called Keasley, and we're going to go look at the documentation right now because I don't know how to select count. Can't you do that? You have to use like. This query won't match your pattern. Oh, I'm matching it directly against the slug. Oh, you're totally right. Because it has to be like because where it starts with. Where slug is like, and then we do something like this. So slug dash percent sign. Or slug. Yeah. Thanks, Tyler. Cool. I mean, maybe we could do something like select db.function.count. Well, no, that's like a nested count. Yeah, it's for joining. Well, I don't want to add the 4 random characters at all. So yeah, so basically what we're doing. I mean, honestly, I could just look at the length of this list because existing is going to be an array, and I can just look at the length. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. So if existing.length, then slug plus equals dash length plus 1. Plus 1? Plus 1. There we go. We've done it. So now, if the first person that creates the list with that slug, it gets it without the additional, and then the next person, well, not the next person, the same person has to create 2 lists with the same name, but the next time they create it, it'll be slug-1 or slug-2. Read my message. That like will match and not. I like what you, yes. So we'll put the double dash on there. Yeah, so the first one that gets generated, you're right. We don't want plus 1. We don't want plus 1. Because the first one length will be 0, the second one length will be 1. Yeah. Yeah. This is it. This is the winner. All right, let's save it. And then now we'll go create a list with the same name. So top 10 breweries in Denver. Well, Technically, we need to 9. No, it's gonna work. Watch, it's gonna work. Create a list. Top 10 breweries in Denver. It's top 10 breweries in Denver. Easy. Now, the next time we create a list with that same name, where did our create button go? Oh boy, I can't even scroll. Oh well, we'll do this. Now, as you can see, it's dash. It's. We didn't get the extra dash on there. And now we're seeing a bug where this thing isn't scrolling anymore. Let's fix that. It works every time. Oh, I see. This is optional. Yeah, you're right. So where... There you go. So where it's the exact slug or it's -1 or something like that. Great. Yeah. I know. I saw your message, Terawatt. I just didn't know what to make of it at the time. All right. On the dashboard page, it's this one. We've got the layout. We want width full. We want height full. And we want overflow scroll. Nice. Not quite. Shouldn't it be and? Oh no, it's an or. Because it'll find the ones that match exactly, but it will also find the ones that match the other thing. We adjusted the layout, so I totally forgot what's going on here. I'm gonna have to debug this a little bit. So, main overflow hidden. Grow flex 1. Great. And then this div. I thought I would want... Do I just want overflow scroll? Yeah, but then we're missing the top of the list for whatever reason. It's not... No, it's not the sidebar, though. It's the... we're on a different page that doesn't have the sidebar. I want this one to be hidden. The reason I'm not listening to you is because I don't even want to be here. I wanted to be gone an hour ago. You're right. I did add it because of the sidebar. Okay, so main has overflow hidden because main is taking up the section, completely the section below the navbar, which is what we want. And then its child needs to... So it has the scroll. We have like height 100%, so it takes up the full height of the parent. But then again, it's because of the margin? It's because of the margin, isn't it? Welcome in, Dave. Glad to have you lurking. You can see, you can watch me devolve into madness. Remove existing overflow hidden. Add it only in the sidebar components. I think actually our layout needs some props, but I think you're on the right path. So layout right now has overflow hidden on main, and I think we're just gonna pass a default prop down here. Something like layout props is an object with overflow defaults to true. And then join that with the props with user type. All right, so now we have our layout props. We also get access to overflow, which we default to true. And if overflow is true, then we display overflow hidden here. This is the fix right here. Like that. Like that. And then we have a nested statement that says if overflow is true, cool. But now, on the dashboard, we say overflow false. Overflow hidden. I'm going to rename it to overflow hidden. And true by default. True by default. Oh. This is a better name for it, because if overflow hidden is true, then we apply the overflow hidden class. Okay, that should fix this. Awesome. But it doesn't. But then now this, I think this needs height 100% and overflow auto. Oh no, it's true by default, because everywhere else where I haven't adjusted this was depending on this being set. That's why I'm doing that. Okay, that's not what I wanted. All right, line 37. Oh, and then the parent has overflow hidden. I see. And we need to turn that off if it's true. So if like so. Nice. I guess. Why is there scroll to the right? But we want to make sure that we didn't break it on this, because on this page is where we don't want any overflow. Like basically that's why we had those styles to begin with, because the sidebar needs to be able to scroll. Like if we look at like best parks in Denver, like this needs to be able to scroll. This needs to stay the full height, which is why we had those styles on the layout. But now, like on a page like this, we need to be able to scroll. And then it gets into, all right, do we want to have like a sticky header? For now, we don't. Flow auto? See you later, Xeris. Thanks for tuning in. There we go. But all of that to say, now if I create a list that says top 10 breweries in Denver, it should be, the slug should be like -2 or -3. Yeah, look at that. Nice. But if I create another one, it should be -3. It should be -3 now. And it is. Beautiful. Wonderful. We don't have a way of deleting lists right now. You did, Tarawa. No one is not giving you credit for coming up with it. Oh, we got rid of the nano ID. That was one of the things we just worked on, was basically we didn't like that nano ID, so we just completely got rid of it. And we'll update our dependencies to get rid of that as well. Yeah, exactly. Yemakund. Untitled 1, backup number 2. What was I doing? Yeah, see you later, Xeris. Yeah. We figured it out. We got it working. It's a good thing. Okay. Now, we're still not done. I mean, I'm done for now. I am gonna let it be known I'm about to leave. But when we implement updating a list name and title, which we have as a to-do, and as a list editor, I want to edit the title and description. When we implement that story, we will need to update the slug on update of title, that kind of thing. The other thing is, so like we've created the slug, but now we also need to we need to use that slug in the URL, which we're not. So next time we'll do that. Yeah, I'm gonna save everything and commit it. I'm finished for now. Look at all those changes. Sparkles. Move to-dos to Trello. Add slug to list. The production side is potentially going to break because I need to run the migration that adds the slug column. But don't use production. Just wait until I fix it next time. Cool. Yeah. In all seriousness, can the VIPs have Trello permission to scrum the README to done? Oh, you know what? That's actually another thing I want to do really quick, is I want to, we'll also update what we actually did today. So today we create Trello board, move all to-dos to Trello, create feature stories. This is what we did today. We got this much done. And then we also add slug column to list. I'm going to move this to a file called devlog. See the devlog. See the Trello board. And I'll link to the Trello board as well. Devlog, stardate 3699.1. All right. That's all. Thank you everybody for hanging out. I realize we get a little bit silly here, and I get a little bit tired and fed up. but for the most part, I appreciate all of everyone's input. Hopefully, those of you that were newer to like agile and project management, maybe you learned a little bit of something. And next Friday, we will mostly write code. Next Friday, we're not going to be working on just the backlog. Next Friday, we're going to be pulling features, writing code. That's the plan. All right, quick ad for me. Yeah, next Friday. Sub with Prime, if you got it. You can send one-time donations here if you'd like to. Join my mailing list. I send out go live notifications and weekly updates. We also have a Discord. If you had a question or a comment today and I somehow missed it, ask in the Discord. I will definitely take a look at that. We're going to continue with Deno and Fresh next Friday. We're not switching technologies. When we finish this, I am open to rebuilding it from scratch with something else, but we got to finish this one first, for the most part. Finish it to the best of our ability. I think that's it. Follow me over on YouTube. I upload all of the VODs there, and you can, if you're interested in this project that we're working on, here's a link to the YouTube playlist that has all of the past episodes. And this episode will be uploaded to YouTube 2 days from now. So that's it. Let's go on a raid. Again, thank you everyone for the supports today, all of the resubs. I think I missed that. Marlowe's, thank you for that Prime. Sorry if I missed that. But yeah, thank you everyone for the resubs and all the supports. Let's go on a raid. If you are a sub, you can use that raid message. If you're not a sub, you can use this raid message. And I appreciate you all. Thank you for hanging out with me on this Friday. And we'll see you next week. Oh yeah. Last thing is check out the schedule, which I post there. And I'll update it this weekend with all of the streams that are planned for next week. I have a feeling that I'm going to do a lot of streams next week. I might also do co-working streams. So I might go live for like 8 hours next week where I'm not actually coding anything, but maybe we have some music on in the background and then I'm working on things, but I'm live. Keep an eye on the schedule. All right, let's go on a raid. Again, thanks everyone. You're great. I appreciate you. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.